we should get started. And let me first thank you all for joining the symposium today, despite the cold weather here and despite snowstorm in the US. And I'm very grateful that many leading and distinguished scholars have joined us today as speakers, and we look forward to hearing them today later. And this year, as you all know, marks the 70th anniversary of the outbreak of the Korean War. Even though there were many conflicts and clashes within South Korea and North Korea, and even though there were numerous skirmishes between the two Koreas since Korea's independence and division in 1945, it was in 1950 when the regular armies of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the Republic of Korea started to engage each other in major combats. The war swept through the entire peninsula, first all the way down to Busan, and then all the way up to the border with China, destroying all in between and affecting all people on the peninsula. While the active phase of massive destruction and killings ceased in 1953 with the signing of the armistice agreement, the war itself has never ended or led to a new phase of peace. Rather, the war still remains. The two Koreas maintain two of the world's largest militaries to guard against each other and, if necessary, to fight at any moment, keeping the two states in a perpetual state of war preparation. Also, the other parties to the war, including Japan and the US, have kept up their military preparedness. Not only does the US maintain its military in South Korea, but it has also deployed new weapon systems such as THAAD systems. The Japanese government is now discussing the ability to strike enemy base. As the year draws to an end, we gather here at the symposium to ask a simple question. Why is it that the war has continued for 70 years without an end, but only with an armistice? This deceptively simple question raises more questions, probing and difficult questions, not only about the adversary, but also about ourselves. It leads to questions about the nature of the war and the nature of our relations to it. We wonder if it is possible that the war has been not only destructive, but also productive, and if we are all implicated in the productive process of the war. In other words, is it possible that not only did the war wreak havoc on the lives and environment on the peninsula and beyond, but it has also produced long-lasting spells that still haunt the countries that are part of the war? Is it possible that their relationships and the regional order of Northeast Asia are still under the war's spell? This symposium brings together leading scholars of the war from around the world to analyze and discuss the war's lasting legacies and ways to overcome them. It seeks to revisit the old war to shed light on the contemporary world spellbound by a chain of events that started 70 years ago and has not ended. On the one hand, the Korean War is much more than a fighting between the militaries of North Korea and South Korea from 1950 to 1953, as the presenters elaborate in their presentations today. It was and still is a Northeast Asian war that implicates China and Japan, as Professor Wada explains. It is a regional conflict whose roots may be traced back to Japan's previous Asia-Pacific wars and colonial rule. Even if Beijing and Tokyo normalized their relations in the 1970s, they remain suspicious and apprehensive of each other and are caught in disagreements and contentions over issues stemming from the two Asian wars that have not been replaced with peace. That the two Asian wars have not yet come to an end is most vividly demonstrated by Japan's relations with North Korea. At the same time, the Korean War is a transnational conflict to the extent that militaries of many governments have crossed the national boundaries and sovereignty, to use Professor Moon's expression. The war provided for the critical momentum to reverse the demobilization and demilitarization that the US was implementing after the end of World War II. Thanks to the Korean War, America's military budget tripled and her economy was put back on a war footing, while NATO quickly took a shape as a multilateral military organization. The transnational militarism, which Professor Moon elaborates in her presentation, has its roots in the Korean War, and it continues, at least partly thanks to the continuation of the war. On the other hand, the Korean War was much less than the fighting between North Korea and South Korea. Too many civilians in the South, it came in the form of violence committed by the military, the police, and terrestrial organizations of South Korea. To them, it looked more like conflict within the South, as Professor Kim explains in the afternoon session. To many civilians and politicians in Japan, the war was a God-sent opportunity to turn around the economy. It provided for the much-needed shot in the arm that would boost her war-torn economy, the economy that had been destroyed by the Asian Pacific War, and set the stage for its post-war takeoff. Tokyo sought security by participating in the Korean War, as Professor Wada notes, and it won its economic miracle thanks to the war, as Professor Park details. When the Korean War is seen from the larger and smaller perspectives, one might be tempted to ask why the Korean War would end. After all, we seek to shed light on the multiple factors and many aspects that sustain the war, not so much to convince you to resign to the status quo as to prompt you to ask more questions. Questions such as, what can be done to overcome these forces of militarism and transnational militarism? How the peoples of Northeast Asia may better cooperate to build what Professor Wada called the common house of Northeast Asia. Or what I can do to bring peace on earth. I look forward to the enlightening presentations and enriching discussions that we'll have today in the symposium. Thank you so much for coming and participating in the symposium today. All right, this symposium is being hosted by Social Science Institute at International Christian University, and it is actually being co-hosted with Institute of Global Concerns at Sophia University. And these two institutes have had this cooperative relationship for a long time. And today we have Professor Mari Miura from the Institute of Global Concerns of Sophia University to offer a remark. So can we now turn to Professor Miura?
Yes, thank you, Professor So. Good morning, everyone. I'm from the Global Concern Institute. My name is Mari Miura. Today, co-hosting the ICU Sophia University 40th International Symposium, The Korean War at 70, The Unending War and Its Lasting Spell. In co-hosting this, representing the Sophia University Institute of Global Concern, to everyone at the ICU, especially the core planners, everyone at the Social Studies Research Institute, I'd like to thank you for your efforts, and I'd like to say a few opening words. The ICU, SSRI, and the Sophia University Institute of Global Concern since 1981, every year, have taken turns as the venue, co-hosting international symposiums together. University institutes in Tokyo, with Christianity as their education principle, have, for 40 long years, built a relationship of cooperation, and that itself calls for celebration. And in 2018, the two schools signed a comprehensive agreement on collaboration and cooperation, accelerating, for example, research exchange. This international symposium is positioned as part of this comprehensive agreement. There have been 40 international symposiums so far. I'd like to look back over their history and think about today's theme, the Korean War and its impact, and my view of the significance. The first co-hosted symposium was on the theme of aiming for a world order with human dignity. As this symbolizes, in the 1980s, both institutions were interested in peace and justice. Since then, we've tackled overcoming the threat of nuclear war, responding to the refugee issue, development and economic disparity, and many other issues. In the following decade, themes such as environmental issues, the rights of women and foreigners, and human security, those were the themes that we handled in the following decade. The Institute of Global Concern started out as the Social Justice Institute and in 2010 underwent an organizational change into today's Institute of Global Concern. The aim of our institute is, in a globalizing society, there are issues related to poverty or violence which we aim to research and study, to realize dignity and solidarity of the people of the world and raise awareness of students and society. From this problem awareness, since 2007, the symposiums you have planned mostly have the word globalization in their title. For example, globalization, poverty, and social exclusion in developed countries. First-hand perspective on the homeless, freeters, and migrant workers. Or movements against globalization and the possibility of another world. How do we connect and change? Or revival of democracy in the global age, beyond the crisis of representation. Or who controls food and agriculture? New challenges for social movement, democracy, and human rights in a global era, and so on. Meanwhile, the Social Science Research Institute's symposiums in recent years look into a new global order. What is Japan's place in a changing global order? Or the end of the liberal world order? Or beyond nationalism, peace-building and religion in Asia, and so on. With neoliberalist globalization moving forward, the Institute of Global Concern's interest is in how it impacts people's dignity and lives and politics. Meanwhile, for the Social Science Research Institute, a new political world formation, or Japanese diplomacy in such an environment, seem to be their interests. Today's theme, the Korean War at 70, the unending war and its lasting spell is, I understand, an extension of the SSRI's issues of interest. Today, it's said South Korea-Japan relationships are at the worst ever since the end of World War II. The relationship is deteriorating. Today, as we discuss the Korean War and its impact today, I hope we can find hints for improving South Korea-Japan relationships going forward. Of course, when we discuss the Korean War's impact lasting till today, we are not limited to the narrow sense of the word to relationships between states and diplomacy. We will also cover Koreans living on the Korean peninsula and in Japan, or dispersed all over the world, or forced to live apart. and the Korean War also led to a colossal number of lives falling victim and the tragic division of North and South. Looking back means recognizing Japan's colonialism that led to this, and the limits of Japan's post-war democracy that failed to look deeply into colonial responsibility and war responsibility. The Institute of Global Concern has for a long number of years been tackling the issue of immigrants in Japan. This includes Koreans in Japan and non-Japanese nationals. South Korea today has some 15% of its population living overseas. It's a diaspora nation formed during the relationship between Japan and the Korean peninsula. Despite this, Koreans living in Japan face serious human rights infringements, and I feel deep concern. And as one working at a university, cannot but recognize the greater importance of education. The Institute of Global Concern has also been tackling the issue of the Japanese Imperial Army's so-called comfort women. Every year, we hold at least one exhibition offering opportunities to see movies or hear testimonies. The students, especially Japanese students, know almost nothing of this issue. So, though these are small in scale, as an effort to hand down memories at university, we believe they have great significance. Thinking about South Korean-Japan relationships, the so-called comfort women issue, of course, has extremely important positioning. In 2015, under pressure from the United States, South Korea and Japan reached an agreement, but it did not have the agreement of the Harumoni women involved, and the Moon Jae-in administration discarded the agreement. What we should learn from this is, if we do not include the women involved and their supporters, agreements between governments will not be effective. Together with civil society, or going forward, civil society should lead the way to form relationships between nations. Relationships between nations may be the worst in history between South Korea and Japan, but I feel that civil society exchange between our nations is getting even more profound. With COVID-19, online events have increased dramatically over the past half year alone. Numerous events about South Korean companies and politics have been held online. And I, too, at a different organization, related to the METI movement or urban planning with citizens planning, I hold events linking South Korean and Japanese social movements. Civil exchange is getting broader at the base. Today's symposium's theme is The Korean War at 70, the Unending War and its Lasting Spell. And regarding this, the impact on civil society in both countries and the members of each civil society, the diverse people, women, immigrants, or class generations, we need to pay attention to such elements and deepen our understanding. To the planners of this symposium with such an important and timely theme, to everyone at the Social Science Research Institute, I would like to once again express my gratitude, as well as to today's speakers who will be giving us valuable reports. And with those thanks, I would like to end my opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mira. As you said, the symposium is a wonderful example of institutional collaboration. Sophia's ICG and ICU's SSRI have collaborated for 40 years. And that in itself is quite an accomplishment. And the two institutes have also shared concerns for human dignity and human rights and safety. And so I think there is a lot of mutual collaboration and dialogue that we can continue. And I look forward to working with IGC further. Thank you. And now we are ready to start the first session of the symposium, where we have two distinguished speakers. The first speaker is Professor Wada Haruki, Emeritus Professor of Tokyo University. He is one of the leading scholars of modern Russian history and Korean politics. And he has actually published a lot of books and articles on the Korean War and North Korea. And not only has he been a prolific scholar, but he has also been a leading public intellectual who has actively promoted peace and cooperation in Northeast Asia. As I briefly mentioned in my opening remark, Professor Wada is the one who coined this concept of the common house of Northeast Asia that he hopes to build among peoples in this region. And this is not just an abstract idea out there, but he has tirelessly worked to realize this dream in many ways. And so I'm particularly grateful and honored that Professor Wada is joining us today. And I look forward to being enlightened by his presentation today. Okay, Professor Wada, the floor is yours. Please welcome him with a round of applause, although he can't see us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Haruki Wada, and I would like to look at the Korean War as a Northeast Asian war. Right after World War II in Europe, the Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union started. Gaddis in the United States has called this a long feast. But after the 50-year war in Japan and Asia, quite a different situation occurred. There was no peace. A new Asian war started. The Civil War in China, the Indochina War, Korean War, and also the war in Vietnam. The First and Second War and the Fourth War were limited to when it came to participants, and also the winners and losers were quite clear. However, the Third War, which is the Korean War, turned into an international war. It became a Northeast Asian war, and there was no winner or loser, and the armistice continues, and the war has not ended yet. So the Korean War was at the center of the new Asian war. Now, the Korean War was participated by all countries in Northeast Asia. Of course, the war was between North and South Korea. However, the Soviet Union as well as the United States supported each side. On Korean side, we have Japan, Okinawa, Taiwan. They were the semi-participants. On the North Korea side, China was a part of the participants, and the allied nations that fought this war were divided among the signatories and non-signatories of the 1951 Treaty of San Francisco. And this conflict structure has changed since then. However, the basic part still continues. Or we can say that it's being recreated. In 1945, when Japan lost the war and surrendered to the Allied nations, Japan was put under an indirect rule of the United States, and the Korean peninsula was divided between the United States and the Soviet Union. The peninsula was liberated from the colonial rule of Japan, but then was divided into two and were occupied by US and USSR forces in 1948 in each of the occupied areas. Two nations were created under the control of the United States and USSR. Those two countries were the ROK and DPRK, and both said that they were the one and only country to rule the Korean peninsula, but they were not unified, and therefore they were not a complete nation. So these two nations were created. And Japan, because of its colonial rule until that point, I believe, needs to feel great responsibility. In 1948, August 15th, the ROK was created, and then the PRK was created next year. July 12th, the ROK Constitution in Article 3 says that the territory was to cover the Korean Peninsula and surrounding islands. And then after that, in the Diet, Lee Sun-man, the president, said that we will try to hold a liberal election in the north, and we will select lawmakers so that we can fill the empty seats in our Diet. But then in 1948, in September, the DPRK Constitution, which was adopted on this date, in Article 103 says that the DPRK has its capital in Seoul. And then on September 10th, the Premier Kim Il-sung said in Article 1 of the statement that the central government built under the northern all people, we will unite the whole peninsula, and we will unite and build an independent and free country. So conservation of the territory and sovereignty of the country was upheld under this statement. And he said that he will work hard so that the forces of the two countries now controlling the peninsula will leave the peninsula. So both sides try to unify the nation by eliminating the forces, and that was true for the north and south. And the north called this conservation of the whole territory of the peninsula. On the Korean side, it talked about attacking the north for unification. The South Korean phrase came out later, but in any case, the start of the Korean War could be dated back to the two nations being built in 1948. So the war started in June 25, 1950. 26 of that same month, Kim Il-sung issued his first statement saying that he's going to stop the invasion by Lee Sun-man, and that his forces has stopped that, and they were going to liberate the southern part of the peninsula so that they can unify the nation. He said that this war is a war of justice for freedom and also democracy, and it was meant to unify the country. And the South Korean forces were unable to issue any statement as they fought the North Korean forces. But then June 25th, the United States, the United Nations adopted a resolution, and that actually stated the position of South Korea, which said that they were concerned about the armed aggression into South Korea by the North forces. This was a destruction of force, therefore they will make the North Korean forces retract back up north to the 38th parallel. Now from here, the Korean forces have started a full-fledged invasion into North Korea under the order of the United States, and therefore North Korea has fought back. That's what North Korea is saying, while as the South Korean side is saying that the North aggressed first and they were fighting back. So this was the conflict, and both have continued to say this until today, and I believe this just exemplifies what happened during the Cold War. However, today, we know that during the Korean War, now U.S. has disclosed some of the documents that were taken back from North Korea, and also North Korean related documents taken from the USSR. Some of the letters that went back and forth between Stalin and Mao Zedong shows that Kim Il-sung actually has started this war for unification with the approval and support of Stalin and Mao Zedong. The North Korean forces fought the South Korean and the US forces fiercely, and it seemed as if for once that the unification dreamed by the North Korean was going to be achieved. However, the B-29, which flew from Japan, that was for the US Air Forces, had air raided North Korea and cut off its supply lines and caused great damage on North Korea. And therefore, the dream of unification under Kim Il-sung was destroyed. Lee Sun-man says that North Korea has attacked, therefore they took this chance to unify the peninsula. So Lee Sun-man wanted to unify the peninsula. He has said and proposed that to the United States again and again. The United States did not accept this proposal, and that led to this war. However, since North Korea attacked first, now Lee Sun-man is saying that they are going to retaliate and attack or launch an attack into North Korea.
Then the Korean People's Army was not winning, and then the South also started attacking. And with the UN resolution, South Korean army also started attacking North and seized Pyongyang and pushed to the north. And Lee Soo-man's desire for reunification by force appeared to be materialized. However, the US force was unable to push to the north, and the dream was broken. Both from north and south, the reunification effort by force was failed in the end, and then this war became a US-China war on the peninsula. And this war continued for 2 years before it ended. The Korean War also influenced Japan significantly. Japan was defeated in the war, and it was under the rule of the US force. It was Japanese government has committed to obey the orders coming from GHQ without any conditions. That was the pledge made in the surrender document. So the orders came from the US government, and the General MacArthur has mobilized the troops and sent them to Korea. That was July 1st. And from Kansai and from Tokyo, from Osaka, on the 12th of July, those divisions went to the southern part of Seoul. The US troops were also struggling in this war. And these troops included Japanese interpreters, chefs, carpenters, and drivers. They went to Korean battleground along with the soldiers. But the battleground where US troops arrived were a very severe battleground, and all these divisions were damaged. And as you know, some high-ranking officials were also taken as prisoners. And the US used Japanese interpreters, chefs, and carpenters, and they made them fight this war, providing the arms and weapons. And some people died. As for the Japanese citizens, recently it has been clear that Japanese people were involved in the Korean War. However, the actual participation in the Korean War by Japanese civilians, that was, I believe, a partial phenomenon. Tessa Mori Suzuki found some documents in the National Archives in the US, and using the document, the NHK, the broadcasting station, made a TV program revealing this fact. So in recent years, the NHK, the special TV program, was broadcast. According to the program, in 1951, US troops those Japanese civilians employed by the US government who went to Korea together with the US troops were brought to Korea and fought in the Korean War, and 70 of them were investigated and questioned, and they were forced to promise that they would not talk about it in the future. And they were considered to have smuggled into Korea, and no compensation was to be made for these Japanese civilians who fought in the Korean War. And after the US military was mobilized, the US base became empty. And then in order to protect the bases, and in order to prepare for the direct actions of the anti-US and pro-communist forces in Japan, GHQ deployed 75,000 members of Japan Police Reserve Corps and 8,000 members of the Coast Guard. And this was instructed to the Japanese government. And without deliberations in the Diet, the Japanese government has issued an ordinance and established a Japan Police Reserve Corps on August 10th. So that was the beginning of the armament in Japan. And then on July 18th, GHQ stopped the organization newsletter Akahata of the Communist Party of Japan, and then started promoting Red Badge around the country, eliminating Communist Party members, and 704 employees of 50 newspaper outlets were fired. So the Communist Party members and anti-US pro-communist forces movement was stopped proactively. And with the opening of the war, the US Air Force came to Japan. B-29, 20 of B-29 came to Kadena in Okinawa Prefecture. And on June 29th, the first attack was made. From Iruma in Saitama Prefecture, B-26 also moved to Kansai, and they also attacked Pyongyang. In July, 40 B-29 came from the US to Kadena and Yokota, and starting 14th of July, they started attacking. And in August, furthermore, more bombers came from the US, and then the total number of B-29 bombers counted to 98 in Yokota and Kadena bases. So the bombs on B-29 and air fuel used by B-29 were loaded in Oppama in Kanagawa Prefecture, and then using the National Rail Nambu line to bring the fuel and bombs to the bases. And these were not enough. So they started using Yamanote Line and Chuo Line to transport the bombs and air fuels to the bases. In other words, the bombing on the Korean People's Army using B-29 coming from Yokota Air Base was materialized thanks to the cooperation of the Japanese people and Japanese residents who cooperated with this mission. The U.S. Air Force, the Japanese people's cooperation with U.S. Air Force was the basic proof that Japan was semi-participating in the Korean War. Then what was the attitude of the Japanese government on the war? The first expression was made in July 14th. The decision was made that Japan will be cooperating with the war as much as possible. And Prime Minister Shigeru Yoshida said in the policy speech on July 14th that Japan is not to proactively participate in the war. However, Japan will naturally cooperate to the extent possible. And on July 16th, Prime Minister Yoshida said that Japan does not have any reason to actively, practically cooperate in the war, but the then Prime Minister said that Japan will cooperate as much as possible. So the cooperation in the war, the Korean War, was in a way a platonic and a spiritual cooperation. That was the declaration made by the Japanese government. But on the other hand, the Japanese government was obeying the command coming from the U.S. forces and to the maximum extent possible. So regarding this logic, on July 26th, the Takeo Ohashi Attorney General and Director General of Legal Affairs Agency said that Japan and the Japanese people have to swiftly and sincerely obey the command of the GHQ, and that is why we are cooperating.
So the whole of the nation was cooperating, and the civilians, as well as the Red Cross nurses, were all mobilized for logistic support. And this was not done because of the will of Japan. It was because Japan was following the orders of the occupying forces. So it was a semi-participation, but the government did not accept the fact. The people were not aware of their participation. We have this very unique situation being created in Japan. However, by explaining in that way, Japan, well, as Dr. Nam Kim-young has said, Japan became a part of the war. However, on the surface, Japan was able to remain a peaceful country that has Article 9 in its constitution, saying that Japan will denounce war. So on the surface, it does seem as if Japan maintained its peaceful nation. Now, the biggest contribution of Japan was making it possible for the B-29 to fly out of Japan, but another cooperation was transportation of troops, weapons, and other material to the peninsula. If there is war on the peninsula, it means you will have to carry troops and weapons to the peninsula, and that is what Japanese vessel crews did. So all vessels in Japan were put under the control of the occupying forces. And Japanese vessels the Civil Merchant Marine Committee, the CMMC, were in charge of the Japanese vessels. So what happened was for the transportation of troops. It was very important in the attack on Incheon. They were sent from Yokohama and other ports, but 27 LSTs, rather 47 LSTs were used, and 30 of them were under the CMC control. So they were Japanese vessels controlled by Japanese crew. Other 17 were from the U.S. military. So U.S. Forces crew were on the vessels, but also there were some Japanese crew members on board as well. And there were 6 merchant ships, Japanese merchant ships, that took part. And then on the 26th of October, for the attack on North Korea, the Wonsan landing operation was implemented. And the U.S. Army, rather U.S. military LST, there were 13. And the CMC-controlled LSTs, there were 23 taking part in this mission. Other than that, other vessels and tugboats operated by Japanese crews were used. Now, for this Wonsan landing operation, the transportation mission, November 15th, one tugboat was sunk after it was struck by a mine, and 22 Japanese crew members died. Yasuzo Ishimaru, from the National Institute for Defense Studies, he's a researcher there, but according to him, Japanese crew members who took part in this transportation mission were about 2,000 under the CMMC, because LSTs usually have 52 to 53 crew members to operate the ship. There were 39 under CMMC, therefore it means about 2,000 crew members were involved in this transportation mission. Also, the motor sailors, there were about 1,300 Japanese crew members, and for tugboats, also about 2,000 to 3,000 Japanese crew members, which means that altogether maybe 5,300 to 6,300 Japanese crew members were involved in transporting the troops and weapons to the peninsula. So that is according to NIDS researcher. He also says that, Ishimaru says that according to statistics taken by the Special Procurement Agency, among the crew members who took part in this mission, the casualties amounted to about 56, including those who died of sickness and because of accidents. So altogether 56 deaths. So there were about 6,000 involved and about 56 members died. And the minesweepers by the Maritime Safety Agency, the minesweeping operation was the next important contribution of Japan. As troops tried to land on North Korea, the mines set by North Korea had to be swept away. And therefore, the then Maritime Safety Agency sent minesweepers in the area. And before the October Wonsan landing operation, the minesweeping operation took place, and 20 vessels over 3 operations took part. During the first operation, one of the minesweepers sunk because of a mine hit the vessel. 18 people were injured, but one cook on the vessel has died. For a very long time, Japanese participation in the Korean War. Up until now, only this cook that died in this minesweeping operation was mentioned as a Japanese death during the Korean War, but actually there were many others. Now, the minesweepers, there were 8 vessels involved out of 3, which were hit and damaged, and actually there were deaths among the Japanese crew members. But in any case, minesweeping took place, and about 12,000 people were involved, and 54 vessels altogether were used in this minesweeping operation. And the 1,200 crew members were most of them from the former imperial military of Japan. So that is Japan's involvement in the Korean War. And during the Korean War, the peace conference was held for Japan, and the U.S. policy in this conference is to try to acquire the right to station troops in Japan as much as we want, where we want, and as long as we want. So Japan will become an independent country. However, the U.S. want to hold the right to utilize bases in Japan in any way they want, because, of course, there is an ongoing war. So even with a peace treaty, and even if Japan becomes an independent country, bases in Japan would be used by the United States. That was the wish of the United States. But if that were to be so, even if Japan becomes an independent country, nothing would have changed. That was the opinion of China and Soviet Union, and the US was wary of this, and so they wanted to show that Japan has become an independent country. And so the US wanted Japan to rearm itself. So if the US is still occupying Japan, but if Japan rearms itself, it means that US will cooperate with this. And rearming of Japan means Japan is independent. It is now a sovereign nation.
In January 1951, Dulles came to Japan, and Prime Minister Yoshida has issued the view of Japan, and it said that Japan would ask for the U.S.-Japan security treaty to be signed, but Japan claimed that rearmament would be impossible. And many discussions were made, but light armament was accepted by Japan, and it was the conclusion. So Yoshida accepted this conclusion, and U.S.-Japan security treaty was signed, and U.S. continued to station the bases, and it made the U.S. possible. It made it possible for the U.S. to continue waging the Korean War from Japan. Then there were, for the U.S., the Soviet Union and China, they were fighting the Korean War, but San Francisco Peace Treaty was signed along with the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty, and that made the position of Japan and the roles of Japan clear in the Korean War. And in 1952, the Coast Guard was established, and it was during the Korean War. And after the Korean War, the armistice was signed, and then the self-defense forces were created. And then the House of Councilors set adopted a resolution to ban the self-defense forces to wage a war overseas, and the Shunsuke Tsurumi's father, Yusuke Tsurumi, explained the proposal, saying that Japan reflects upon the lessons from the war, and Japan has learned that war cannot solve anything. And he said that Japan would never wage a war again. And so Yusuke Tsurumi said that the Korean War and was another war he mentioned along with the war that Japan had waged. So that was the decision made based on the experience of Japan in the Korean War. And before I close, the Korean War was a specific and special war with limitations. Korean War was an international war. It was an international war, but at the same time, it was international, but it was still limited to the Korean peninsula. As for the Korean War, it was mentioned as a proxy of the World War. The Korean War was between the South and North Koreas, but China and the US were involved, and I believe that this war turned into a US-China war in the end. But this was a US-China war on the Korean peninsula, so the battleground did not expand outside of the peninsula, and China and the US were involved in the war, but still the battleground did not go beyond the peninsula. So that is why the Korean peninsula has met with a significant damage. The US troops had the headquarters in Japan, and it used Japan as the basis for attack and supply base and food service base, medical base. So from the Korean People's Army, it was necessary to attack these bases. And the Chinese army also used Manchuria and China mainland, as well as the coastal area of Soviet Union as a supply base and logistics base, a training base, and medical and food service bases. So from the perspective of the US Army, it was an urgent task to attack these bases from a strategy perspective. MacArthur has claimed that it was necessary. However, the Chinese army did not attack Japan, and the US army did not attack Manchuria or China mainland either. So what happened? In fact, these attacks were considered and they were vigilant, and US has always considered that. And before the opening of the Korean War, GHQ has confronted the Japanese Communist Party and the movement by the Korean residents in Japan. And the Japanese Communist Party had an overwhelming win in the election, but GHQ has confronted them and has kept up their occurred, and there were many incidents such as Shimoyama and Matsukawa incidents, and there were restructuring in the national railway labor union as well. And on August 24th, in 1949, GHQ forced some communist party-related organizations to be dissolved. And there were 360,000 Koreans living in Japan who were involved in these organizations, and the Japanese Communist Party was leading in these organizations. The Japanese Communist Party was led by Sanzo Nosaka, and it did not confront GHQ based on the peaceful revolution strategy. However, due to these backdrops, they needed to change their stance. And then internal conflict began. At the end of 1949, Soviet Union Communist Party criticized the peaceful revolution strategy of the Japanese Communist Party. And based on this, the Japanese Communist Party was divided due to these ideas. And then the Korean War began. And GHQ started the repressive policies against Japanese Communist Party. And those mainstream JCB members understood the criticism come from the Soviet Union, and then they fled to Beijing and established a headquarters and decided to give guidance and instruction from Beijing. And the Koreans living in Japan created Democratic Front for Unification of Koreans and Homeland Defense Corps. And they decided to stand on the side of North Korea to wage a war for the reunification. So these forces may attack Japan as the basis of the US. That was assumed by the GHQ and US forces, and they were vigilant against such potential attacks.
And we do find some examples of when the US-Japan war started. Japanese Americans were all forced to leave their homes and moved to concentration camps. I believe you all know what happened. And that is because the Japanese Americans might cooperate with Japan and may attack the mainland of the United States. President Roosevelt was concerned that that may happen. And so, in the Korean War as well, the United States was concerned that a similar that there may be similar movements where attacks can occur outside of the peninsula. So, if there were any movements to happen among the groups and forces in Japan, that may have caused great devastation. However, the Chinese forces or the Korean forces didn't have missiles. They didn't have an air force. So they could not send bombers across the sea. So from the China, North Korea side, bombing Japan was not possible, but forces within Japan that wanted to cooperate with China or North Korea could launch attacks. But after the war, in 1951, the Communist Party held its fourth national conference and decided that they will pursue a rather no specific targets were set. In the fifth conference under Stalin, the exile leadership went to Russia and adopted a new platform concerning a violent revolution. And there were new organizations built within Japan. And the Korean members of the party were seen as the actual competent members. In 1952, in January, in Nagoya, the National Conference of the National Defense Organization under Park In-chol, they talked about the basic policies. And Nam Ki-jong has actually revealed this. And it was indicated that a survey was needed about the military bases as well as the manufacturing and also transportation routes. However, if there will be victims on our side, no operations should be implemented. If only damage would be given to the enemy, then operations could be implemented. It said that they do not want to inconvenience the civilians around them because that may lead to alienating the organization. So the U.S. Yokota base and also the railways, actions targeting these facilities will probably cause great damage on the Japanese citizens, which means that Japanese citizens will revolt against the organization. Therefore, they say that they do not want actions like this being taken. So what does this mean? It means that the Japanese Communist Party did not want to wage war involving Japanese citizens on Japanese land. I believe that was the thinking behind this order.
That was the policy of the Japanese Communist Party. And there's another aspect. The People's Volunteer Army of China. In order to contain them, MacArthur suggested to attack China mainland and Manchuria bases in these locations. On March 24th, 1951, he explained that. And then he said to further push into the inland areas of China, which has infuriated Truman. And Truman let go of General MacArthur on April 11th. And in the official statement, it said that the United States is not to escalate the conflict in Asia into a third world war. The U.S. wished to limit the war on Korean Peninsula. And this was favorable to both Soviet Union and China because it meant that the U.S. wouldn't attack them. Mao Zedong, if Mao Zedong was to dispatch troops to Korea, then U.S. may attack in the coastal area of China. Mao Zedong was concerned and he was not able to dispatch troops to Korea. And then they dispatched troops to Soviet Union and asked the Soviet Union Air Force to attack or dispatch the Air Force troops to the mainland of China. However, Stalin did not want to accept that. And Stalin said that it would take 2 months to 2.5 months to prepare for the attack to Korea. And then China said that if that was the case, then China wouldn't be able to participate in the Korean War. That was the response to Stalin. And then the Chinese army left Moscow. And then Mao Zedong sent a letter saying that China would dispatch troops. So it surprised Soviet Union. But in any case, the US decided not to wage a war, and the Soviet Union was glad to hear that. If the Soviet Union side said that if the Chinese army would participate, that would be great. That sort of hope was expressed in the letter. So as it shows, China was concerned about the air raid by the US. But in any case, China participated in this Korean War. So the declaration of Truman came out, and it showed that the US did not hope to attack China. Then China also wanted to avoid attack on Japan or bases, US bases in Japan. I think that this intention is clear, but this is my speculation. There is no document to corroborate this, but I believe that strategically speaking, I think that was the case. So North Korean side may have wanted to attack the bases in Japan, but China didn't want to. And Japanese Communist Party headquarters was in Beijing. So the Chinese Communist Party may have asked the Japanese Communist Party not to attack. So we do not know what was actually going on in that regard, but this war, even though the war was northeastern Asia, but the battleground was still contained in Korean Peninsula. And Japan was a semi-participant in the war, but Japan managed not to become another battleground in this war. However, having said that, in the Korean Peninsula, whatever weapons could be used, even the nuclear bombing. And then the destruction, the complete destruction was brought to the Korean Peninsula. I believe that was the case. So, looking toward the future, if the second Korean War is to break out, then this will not be repeated, which means that Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, the second Korean War will probably expand to Taiwan and Japan as well. That is all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Wada. It was very eye-opening to hear from him how Japan was indirectly involved in the war, and suffered many casualties and problems as a result of her participation in the war. And it's also eye-opening to realize that Japan was another battleground in addition to the Korean Peninsula. And on the Japanese battleground, there were serious conflicts between Japanese Communist Party, Koreans in Japan, Japanese government, and American occupation force. And so it was an extension of the Korean War to Japan in many ways. And we all know that China was involved in the war by sending quote-unquote volunteer forces. But Japan's participation, directly or indirectly, is not so well known. And so I thank Professor Wada for shedding light on this aspect of the Korean War. Now that we have only maybe 5 minutes or so before we turn it over to Professor Moon for her presentation, I'd like to see if anyone has a question for him. If you do, you can post your question to the Q&A box. And then I'll relay the question to Professor Wada. And in the meantime, let me take the power of the moderator or abuse its power to ask Professor Wada the first question. And that is, given that Japan was an indirect participant in the war, how would you explain the difficulties in normalizing the relationship between Japan and North Korea? And what's the most difficult stumbling block in the normalization process?
Should I answer now? Should I answer the question now? Should I answer the question now? Can I answer now?
Yeah, you can speak now. Yeah.
はいはい。つまり日本が今
Well, Japan
関わり方の非常に特殊な形ですね。
was involved in the Korean War in a very unique way. So the Japanese government, well, I think the government does understand, but the people of Japan didn't think that they were actually involved in the Korean War. But how did North Korea see the situation? North Korea had the US B-29 fly over their territory, bombarding them. It was a really scary, fearful experience. The South Korean force, the US forces were aggressing North Korea. But even before that, US forces were attacking North Korea. And after the Korean War, in South Korea, they were not really happy about the situation. Under President Lee Sun-man, the war ended without unification of the country. So it was a sad way to end. And North Korea was happy that the attacks were ended because it means that there will be no more air raids by the US forces. So once the fighting was over in Pyongyang, there was a big rally celebrating peace, saying that they were the victors. And Kim Il-sung said, where did the B-29 come from? It came from Japan. He clearly stated that. And since then, the US forces and Japan, which helped the US forces send the bombers, were the enemies of the country. So there is this big gap between these two countries, Japan and North Korea, in understanding the Korean War. However, this gap has been overcome to a certain extent. Prime Minister Koizumi in 2002 visited Pyongyang and met Kim Jong-il and issued the Pyongyang Declaration. And that's when this gap was overcome, that North Korea looked at Japan as its enemy, possible enemy. That ended. But until then, Japan was an enemy nation. And that's why they sent agents into Japan, abducted Japanese citizens. But since then, it ended in 2002, and ever since, was no more looking at Japan as enemy. So in that sense, the Korean War, the issue of the Korean War, still exists between Japan and North Korea, and that is why we do not have normalization of diplomatic ties between the two countries. And the abduction issue has been utilized to go against normalization of ties. I believe that's what's happening in Japan, and that is becoming an obstacle in normalizing the ties in Japan.
Well, thank you very much. I have received 2 questions in the meantime, but let me just relay them for now, and maybe you can answer them after Professor Moon's presentation and when we open discussions. The first question has to do with how the Korean War is taught in Japan, and Korean War is not really detailed in the Japanese education. And so how should it be taught? How should it be described? That's the first question. And the second question is related to Korea's division. And Korea became divided as a consequence of Japan's colonial rule. And so if there had not been its colonial rule, do you think the situation would be different? And then there is a question about the Japanese Communist Party and evidence, but I'll get back to it later. All right, thank you very much. And again, that was a really an eye-opening presentation that shed light on less known aspect of the Korean War, and made an important argument that the Korean War is a Northeast Asian war. All right, now we turn to Professor Moon, Seung-suk Moon, who is going to expand on Professor Wada's presentation to argue that the war is actually part of transnational militarization. And so it's not just limited to only Northeast Asia, but it's part of transnational militarization. Professor Moon is a professor of sociology at Vassar College in upstate New York, United States. And she is a scholar of gender studies and East Asianist, specializing in South Korea. And she has done work on feminist critique of nationalism, militarism, democratization, and citizenship. And recently, she is focusing her research on globalization and transnationalism shaping militarism. And she has published widely, including books like Militarized Modernity and Gender Citizenship in South Korea, published in 2005, and an edited volume titled Over There, Living with the US Military Empire from World War II to the Present. And today, her presentation is titled Enduring Impact of the Korean War on Transnational Militarism in South Korea. She's joining us today despite a heavy snowstorm in her area today. And so I'm grateful and feel particularly privileged to have her as a panelist today. Okay, thank you, Professor Moon.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just conveyed that my gratitude to Professor Seo for organizing this conference during the pandemic, and also the audience. Although I don't see you at all, I'd like to thank all of you to joining the conference and spending your time and paying attention to the talks. I actually like to post the my PowerPoint slide if possible, because I think that might enhance or facilitate communication, since we are also translating. Would it be possible?
Yeah, you
to
can share
post
screen.
The PowerPoint slide.
You should be able to share screen.
Actually, would you be able to put it up, the one that I sent?
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's not possible. Okay. Well, if it can be done, that would be very helpful. But if not, I'll just proceed. Yeah, I'd like to begin my talk by drawing your attention to the questions that the organizer of this conference posed. That is it possible that Korean War has been not only destructive but also productive, right? And is it possible that not only did the war wreak havoc on the lives and environment on the Korean peninsula and beyond, but it also has produced a long-lasting spell that still haunt the countries that are part of the war. So I'd like to actually focus on my talk on this lasting impact of the Korean War, suspended war, unending war. And I like to talk about how it produced profoundly militarized society in South Korea. And the militarized society, we can talk about domestic militarism and transnational militarism. Yes, thank you. Let's see. Yeah. And okay. Can we move the slide? Yes. And today I'm not going to spend too much time on domestic militarism, but rather I will focus on transnational militarism. And just for clarity sake, I like to quickly define what I mean by militarism. I'm using it as a bit more broadly than more popularized understanding of militarism, glorification of the military and war, That's more popular understanding. But here in my work, I'm using it a bit more broadly. Militarism refers to a set of ideas and practices that normalize war preparation and war waging. So it's in a way fairly broad definition. And domestic militarism in South Korea has multiple aspects or expressions, but two things are particularly salient and I would consider cornerstone of domestic militarism. One is the institution of universal male conscription. Certainly Korea is not the only country with military service, but Korea is one of those few countries in the world where alternative service to military service is not recognized, and also conscientious objection to military service is not recognized. So it shows a certain kind of overall cultural sensibility about how military service has been really central and important. And also there is a regime of national security. The whole state apparatus as well as popular cultural expressions of national security regime that anything that is usually the political dissent or critique has been used oftentimes as a violation of national security and either criticized or oftentimes also persecuted. So that's pieces of domestic militarism. But transnational militarism in Korea is something that I like to really highlight. And it can really, I'd like to focus two things for today. One is more historical, that during the Korean War, even though it started as so-called a civil war, it turned into not just the international war, but transnational war. Because a lot of countries, especially under US military leadership, the Allied forces joined, right? And then this was sort of a really fusion of national boundaries and national sovereignties to wage war during the time of Cold War. So that was really the beginning of, in a way, transnational militarism, very much led by US military or military empire. And that arrangement became institutionalized at the time of when the Korean War was suspended. So there was this post-war, there has been post-war South Korea-US military alliance. Let's go to the next page, yeah. Yes, and I like to really focus on this South Korea-US military alliance. And first, I like to emphasize that this was not, even though the phrase doesn't really convey that, but it was not, and it has never been, alliance between two equal or independent states, right? It was unequal, or one might even say neo-colonial arrangement that crossed national boundary and sovereignty. And I like to explain what I mean by transnational here, that certainly literally it means crossing the national boundary, right? And it is reflected in a particular kind of strategic arrangement that the two countries made. And here I'm highlighting one of them. During the Korean War, the transfer of the operational control of the Korean military took place. It was transferred to the US military, and peacetime operational control was returned to South Korea a while ago, back in 1994. But wartime operational control of the Korean military still stays at the hand of US military. And since 2008, its return was repeatedly delayed, several times in fact. And ironically, it was not by the United States, but by South Korea. So this is something, apparently quite puzzling, that why South Korea, as an independent nation, does not want to take back its, control of military, right? And here comes the important fact, which is really the lasting and enduring impact of Korean War. That operational control, wartime operational control, not being returned to South Korea has very much to do with Korea's continuing reliance on US military protection. And that situation has drawn South Korea to involvement in transnational war and war preparation led by the United States. So today I'd like to talk about two of such examples. First example is the Iraq War, which took place between 2003 and 2008. And then the second example is a more recent case, which is the deployment of a US missile defense system in South Korea, which took place in 2017. Okay, yes. And essentially what I like to convey today through sharing these two examples with you is that South Korea has changed significantly or even dramatically, politically, economically and socially and culturally. But this military situation, military arrangement between US and South Korea, which really puts South Korea as a sort of neo-colonial situation vis-a-vis US, has really persisted. And the reason for the persistence is, of course, it's complex. But what one single most significant factor contributing to that endurance over time is this, in a way, trauma of Korean War, and also the fear and anxiety about another war with North Korea. So that's really the point that I'm trying to convey. So in other words, despite significant change, a dramatic change in Korean society, the, in a way, unending Korean War puts a spell, enduring and persistent spell on both Korean political leaders and large number of grassroots population, and dragging South Korea into transnational militarism. So let me go one by one, South Korean involvement in the Iraq War. This was a quick comparison with the Vietnam War might be useful here, that about 30 years ago, before Iraq War, during the late 60s and 70s, Korea participated in Vietnam War, and that war participation was something that Korean government back then, under military rule and dictatorship, willingly and actively joined. But this participation in Iraq War was extremely reluctant participation. Korea didn't volunteer for it, but US demanded Korean contribution, military contribution, especially combat troop contribution. And the circumstance of that demand was that, as some of you may remember, the US invaded Iraq, right? And then 2003, and there were global and local anti-war movements. And George W. Bush administration declared premature victory in a matter of actually, few months and even less. And the US was really having problem with the lack of ground forces. And they were having, and this was because of the rise of neoconservatives in the US government back then, especially the military branch of the government. And the neocons had a different idea about how to manage US military empire. And they were really shifting the gear from heavy-handed and very cumbersome military bases and large number of troops on the ground to what they call mobile, forward, looking lily pads. It's like, the metaphor is like frogs jumping around, right? Very agile. So they were imagining this kind of different kinds of US military, very agile and extremely mobile. So US didn't want to really commit large number of ground troops after they declared the war in Iraq. So US government was really asking different countries in the world to make military contributions. And Korea became reluctantly participants in this war and became one of 27 countries collaborating in the US. And there was a relatively small but sizable and significant presence of anti-war protests in South Korea. And the forces of anti-war was, even though the number was small, but quite, in a way, diverse. It wasn't just, in civil society and progressive citizens organizations and activists, but also political leaders, politicians in the National Assembly and political parties were voicing anti-war views. So Korea was very, and Korea was ruled by Roh Moo-hyun, who was a human rights lawyer and progressive in many domestic social issues. So Korea dispatched initially a small number of engineering and medical service corps, but US continued to pressure South Korea to make more significant military contribution. And in response, in 2004, South Korea created a new military division named Zaitun Troop. And Zaitun is an Arabic word for olive. And olives, as some of you might know, is a very important dietary ingredients in Iraqi meal, and also it symbolizes peace. So let's go to the next. And Korea contributed annually 3,600 soldiers, roughly 3,600 soldiers, and it maintained about 19,000 soldiers from year to year. So it was quite sizable military contribution. And these soldiers were stationed in northeastern Iraq, Erbil, And Erbil is the name of a provincial capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. So this is a sort of very complex picture that although Korea was deployed in Iraq, the soldiers, but they were in Kurdistan. So these are minority ethnic groups in Iraq, which was given later on sort of a right to rule themselves, so autonomous region. And overall, South Korea extended the deployment 4 times annually for 4 years, despite the continuing presence of critique and anti-war voices. And in response, the Korean government made an argument that we are not going to really send combat troops. And even if we are sending combat troops, they are not going to really engage in combat activities, but they will be carrying out peacekeeping and mostly civilian affairs operations. And under this category of military activities, what Korean troops did in Iraq was maintaining military security in the region, the Kurdistan, and then reconstruction and social services. And the kind of social services that they provided include medical service. The Korean troops actually built a camp, Zaitun camp, and they also constructed a hospital and ran the hospital, provide medical service, and also training of medical staff as either physician's assistant or nurses. And the troops also repaired the kindergartens, orphanages, and elderly centers. And it also operated a technical education center to teach local people employable skills. And those skills included quite wide range of skills. For example, like the computer skills, the heavy automobile repair, heavy machinery operation, and also even baking, the bakery, pastry making, baking skills. And another thing that the military did was fraternization with local people to promote friendship. There was something called the Green Angel operations, and whenever possible, and the security situation allows for the military to interact with the local people, they were really having face-to-face interaction with local people, eating together, doing sports, playing sports together, singing together, providing art therapy to children there. So this kind of really what we would consider social services. Let's see, let's move to the next one. Yes. And the next thing I like to talk about is a controversy, public controversy that took place in South Korea over this military participation, because it helped us to understand the lasting spell or enduring power of Korean War on certain transnational military operation that Korea is being engaged in. So there were certainly pro-involvement discourse, and this was articulated by mainly conservative social groups who are, anti-communist, who believe in military protection by U.S. empire, and so that's one camp. And then anti-involvement discourse, mostly articulated by, in Korean context, considered progressive social groups. So I'd like to discuss how these debates, in a way, highlights the importance of military security vis-a-vis North Korea. So let me go first over the pro-involvement discourse and the main argument they highlighted. And this is, of course, my own organization of quite multiple discourses. Even though there were different rationales and justifications, this pro-involvement discourse largely revolved around the idea or notion of national interests in Korean 국익. So different arguments, but they really were centering around promoting or strengthening or at least maintaining national interests. So these are some of the themes that recurs over and over again in this type of pro-involvement discourse. Number one was military security vis-a-vis North Korea. So in other words, Korea is still dependent on US military protection, and Korea cannot really refuse US demand to contribute military in US war. So the argument goes this way, that by providing military contribution, South Korea can really ensure or even strengthen US commitment to protect South Korea if there is another war, right? So this was really an important reason. And other reasons included economic benefits. And this has a lot to do with post-war reconstruction, right? So war is not only destructive, and precisely destructive, it also provides a lot of economic opportunity to build, create, in a way, jobs, opportunity to really sell different kinds of commodities and skills and labor, right? So that was another argument. And the next theme was national status in the world, that Korea is now industrialized and democratized country. It is not anymore recipient of international aid, but it is now provider of such benefits to less fortunate countries and societies. So by involved in transnational military operation, Korea might be able to really enhance its national status. And other argument was military capacity being enhanced. In other words, by making military to really have real life war experience, Korean military will gain actual combat experience or military operation, right? And of course, this kind of discourse was reproducing old way of imagining nation, right? That nation is a capitalist, militarized, and also deeply masculinist. And such a nation is considered desirable among people or social groups who are supporting this view. And anti-involvement discourse was very much challenging, criticizing all these reasons. And this discourse revolved around the notion of just cause or moral justification, to use Korean word 명분. So essentially they were saying that this was not a war that can be justified. It was really a US invasion of Iraq. There was no weapons of mass destruction as US claimed. And also there was no connection between Saddam Hussein's regime and Al-Qaeda, which was really, the connection made by U.S. Bush administration. And this discourse questions the national interest argument, actually point by point. I mean, in the interest of time, I'm not going into all the details, but just for example, the the military security will not be necessarily guaranteed. They were making actually distinction between the Bush administration, very much dominated back then by neoconservatives, and larger US population who were critical and against Iraq war, right? So with the change of administration, the US position will change. So not contributing Korean military would not necessarily undermine US commitment to Korean protection of South Korea, right? But the interesting thing here is that still there is a concern about the militarized Korean security, and the security very much is still dependent on US military protection. So let me see. Yeah, let's move to the next slide. So after the initial phase of the war, or before war, the controversy was really strong and visible. The critical voice continued, but it was not as strong as the beginning during the beginning of the war, right? The important point here is that the conservative view prevailed, despite the enduring presence of anti-war voices and protests, and also the President Roh Moo-hyun was very much agonized over making this decision, but ultimately Korea decide especially at the level of the government, decide to contribute, right? So the conservative view prevailed. And I think this is something really significant, right? This really tells us that despite the development of anti-war voice, actually for the first time in South Korean history, and also President Roh Moo-hyun was somebody a lot of people thought very progressive, right? Former human rights lawyer, and who had progressive positions in many domestic issues. And he was also one of the, in fact, first political leader who raised questions about US-South Korea military alliance. And in fact, when he was, right before he was elected to the president in 2002, there was some important event taking place. And that was the accidental killing of 2 middle school students, both female students, by armored vehicle operated by US military. And that accident really galvanized public opinion against the US military, especially after US did not really apologize. And this, there is a whole complex issue of SOFA, State of Forces Agreement, right? So we are talking about a president who came to power with, in a way, first very visible anti-American sentiment, and who raised questions about this transnational unequal military alliance. But even that president could not really go against this prevailing conservative view on military security of South Korea. And I would argue that certainly there are more than one factors, right? Multiple factors are really contributing to this decision to contribute to Iraq war. But as I mentioned earlier, the lasting impact of Korean War, and especially the trauma of war and fear and anxiety about another war, is very much tied to this endurance of conservative view on Korean military security. So that's the main point that I would like to share with you today. And I guess I probably don't have a lot of time left. So I'm going to move a bit quickly for the second example. Let's move, yes, the third is, it's on acronym. THAAD is an acronym for Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, yes. And it was deployed in the fall of 2017. And just a quick and brief description of this missile defense system. It is designed to destroy enemies' ballistic missiles inside or outside the atmosphere, and during the final, during their final phase of flight, and that's why it's called terminal. Yes, about the THAAD, how it looks like, just because we are talking about it. Actually, it's not very impressive when you see the picture. It's not like stealth bomber or some of those ultrasonic stealth airplane. Yes, essentially, it looks like actually missiles. It has a launcher mounted in a truck for high mobility and easy storage, yes. And then there is an interceptor to shoot down enemy's missiles. And then it doesn't show it here, but there is a powerful radar to monitor movements of enemy's missiles. And then there is something called the fire control to coordinate the effective working of the whole military system. And I'd like to go over the chronology of this deployment, so we know when this really happened. Let's see, let's move to page 11. Yeah, because these are the pictures of, yes,
こちらは
the radar range
そ
and
のレーダーの範囲ですとかを表した地図になっていますが、
I'm going to skip those
それはちょっとスキップしまして、11ページから説明をしたいと思います。
The deployment of this missile system began during the summer of 2016, or at least it became visible to the public by that time. So government of South Korea and US agreed to deploy the system. And two things were noteworthy. One was that there was no formal agreement to be ratified by National Assembly. And then there was also no public discussions and hearings on this. So it was very much a top-down, military decision, like many other military decisions in many countries. And by April of 2017, two launchers and the radar system was installed in the village of Soseongni. This is a very rural farming village in North Gyeongsang province. I was there to do my field work in the summer of 2019. It's a really remote rural village with a lot of rice field and vegetable field. And the deployment was really forcefully done because there was a growing local resistance supported by both domestic and international activists and social groups. And by September of 2017, the remaining 4 launchers were installed. And again, this was a forceful deployment, and there was a lot of really physical fight between and confrontation between local residents who are mostly elderly, many of them women, and police, riot police. So the let's move to the next. Yes. So the important question is, why was THAAD deployed in South Korea, right? That especially when there was so strong resistance and opposition. The immediate professed reason was that, well, it will protect South Korea from North Korea and possibly other enemies. So again, here we are seeing, the rationale, enduring rationale of military security, right? And especially in 2016 and 17, there was a series of North Korean missile tests and also series of nuclear tests by North Korea in earlier years. So the tension, military tension was really, again, being escalated at the time. So that gives us some, justification. But if we really look closely and deeper and raise a question, is THAAD really necessary for South Korea? And the answer is no. There are multiple sort of explanations why that is not necessary. Here are some of the reasons discussed, in public. One is that, well, Seoul is only 30 miles away from the border, right? It's so close to, the so-called DMZ. And THAAD interception range is about 200 kilometers. So, and going back to this Seoul being so close to the DMZ, is that North Korea is not going to really use missiles, especially long-range missiles that this kind of a missile defense system is supposed to destroy because it's so close, right? But the range of THAAD is about 200 kilometers, and it is deployed in Seongju, which is about 250 or 60 kilometers away from Seoul. So it doesn't really cover Seoul and its vicinities. Certainly, other people living in other parts of Korea should be protected, but leaving out Seoul and its surrounding province, where almost half of the entire population resides, doesn't make really sense, right? So people make a counter argument that it really does not have genuine benefit. And without benefits, it really deteriorates relations with North Korea and even China, because China was particularly upset about this deployment because the powerful THAAD radar would really monitor military activities in some part of China, mainland China, right? And there was quite serious economic retaliation by China against South Korea. And that was really creating a lot of economic loss. And in fact, even business people were really asking questions. Why do we do this? That really damages our economy, right? So the question of why THAAD was really deployed. Yeah, and one way to address or answer this question is really to pay attention to the US global military strategy. That THAAD is in fact an integral component of US military strategy to construct and maintain a global missile defense system. Let's see if let me just explain a bit more about this history, that the idea of this missile defense in US goes back to Reagan administration in the 1980s. And Reagan administration came up with this idea of a strategic defense initiative, which was a bit pejoratively known as Star Wars back then. And this space-based missile defense initiative in fact officially ended by 1993, because the Cold War ended, and with that change, this initiative also died. However, with the development of computer technology and other advanced communication technology, US pursued this dream of building global missile defense system. And throughout, since 1990s, it has been really deploying a series of regional missile defense system in Europe, Middle East, and Asia Pacific region. And South Korean deployment was really an integral part of this development. I wouldn't go into a bit more detail, just in the interest of time. But I like to emphasize that here we are seeing interesting parallel to the situation during Nomuyon administration and acceptance of the U.S. demand to participate in Iraq war. This THAAD deployment took place during the end stage of it. Of course, it didn't begin with current President Moon Jae-in, but it's the final deployment took place in the fall of 2017, after current President Moon was elected in May of 2017, after the impeachment of Park Geun-hye, and then the popular protest in the form of candlelight vigils, right? So he was really elected with, in a way, mandate to the repair, Korean political system, and also implement certain progressive social reform. And in fact, he was serving in the administration of Roh Moo-hyun during the 2000. So very much in a way similar to President Roh Moo-hyun in his background and his political orientation. And ironically, his administration ended up accepting this THAAD deployment, even in the presence of strong and enduring local resistance. So here also we are witnessing prevailing of conservative view of national security, and going along with US military demand. And another important point I like to mention is that in addition to this enduring spell of Korean War, right? There is also certain logic of militarism that is central to all kinds of state. So it is not just the Korean state. It is not just a nation state or empire state. Someone like Michael Mann argues that military power is on sort of in a way all semi-autonomous source of state power, and any state has tendency to in a way pursue military dominance and military system. So there is, even though I was talking so far a lot about South Korea very much collaborating, colluding with US military operation. So there is this kind of a fusion of national boundary, national sovereignty in such collaboration and pursuit of militarism, right? But there is also South Korea's and state's own logic of militarism, right, as source of its power. But of course, the topic today is very much on how the Korean War is really putting lasting spell on Korean public as well as Korean political leaders, right? And really pushing them to make this kind of militaristic decisions. It seems over and over again. And I just want to mention a couple of things and close my talk. Let's move. I just want to show, yeah, that's more like, I will skip that. This is about the public view shifting over time from 2015 to 16. But just a few words about the resistance of Seongju residents. In fact, these local people are still continuing their struggle. I mean, I know during the pandemic, they are not really gathering, but I heard that there was, again, sort of a repair of the third system in the village. And there was real fear and anxiety among the residents because they had a really traumatizing physical confrontation with riot police in 2017. And so they were really very much concerned about, you know, that kind of confrontation. And a lot of people actually got injured, severely injured, and they had to be hospitalized. So it's really striking that Korea is democratized, and now former opposition political leaders are ruling the country. There was really peaceful, you know, transition from one political party to another, sharing power of the government, right? But then the militarism in the form of this kind of transnational collaboration continues in the name of securing or maintaining militarized national security. So I will stop my talk here, and thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much. And if you could give her applause with your emoticons or real hands, that would be appreciated. Professor Moon made a convincing argument that South Korea is implicated in this transnational militarism, and showed two pieces of evidence: Korea's involvement in the Iraq War and its acceptance of this missile defense system called THAAD. And since we have just a little under 20 minutes left for Q&A and discussions, let me ask a quick question to Professor Moon before I turn to Professor Wada to answer the two questions or three questions raised earlier. And my question is related to the last, one of the last comments you made about militarism, almost intrinsic to state power. And your presentation actually reminded me of Andrew Bacevich's argument about militarism in the US. And so there is this militarism that remains in a perpetual state despite who occupies the White House. And the same thing might be happening in South Korea. And so you think President Moon or the current ruling party, Democratic Party, are all participants in this militarism, or they are being forced by conservative forces or conservative public?
Yeah, that's, I guess, really make, you know, that kind of fine distinction, right, between whether they were forced by largely conservative public opinion and sensibilities in Korea, or they are really, you know, actively pursuing militarism because now they are holding and controlling state power, so they have an incentive to really pursue that, like any other political leaders, right? I guess that requires much more in-depth research, right? I haven't done that, but I guess we can see the actions, right, and consequence of their actions or decisions, right? That even the local people or activists there were initially puzzled, or they feel betrayed, that how the, you know, president who elected after, you know, impeachment through people's power and all this democratizing candlelight vigil can really stay with the top-down decisions made by Park Geun-hye, right, who is ousted and impeached. But also people understand that these are political leaders now, they are politicians. They have to make certain kind of compromise, and they have to weigh what they can sacrifice and what they can not, right? So there is really weighing of what they can give up and what they can really hold on to. And obviously accepting the wishes of local people who doesn't want to live with the THAAD system in their village. Accommodating that is obviously not really cost effective, right? There is a political cost that they have to calculate. So I think people, I mean, the political leaders are really making this kind of, in a way, rational calculation, right? Rather than moral decisions. It appears to be. I mean, of course, I don't know for sure because I didn't go into their mind, right? But just based on the kind of actions and decisions being made and how they have been behaving, I think that's what I can offer.
Okay, great, thank you. And earlier, there were three questions for Professor Wada. One on how to teach the Korean War in Japan. Two is on the relationship between colonial rule, the division, and the war. And the third one was if there is a credible evidence on Japanese Communist Party's activities in China during the war. And I guess a more probing question related to this is, given that one of the leaders, Ito Tadashi, was confined. His movements were restricted in China for a long time. Could that be also seen as part of Northeast Asia War? And if any of the participants have questions for Professor Moon or Professor Wada, please post your questions to the Q&A box, and I'll relay them to the speakers. Okay, now let's turn it over to Professor Wada first.
ありがとうございます。日本ではですね。
In Japan, the Korean War probably is being explained in the same way as it is explained in South Korea, meaning that the North invaded first, and this is a textbook. I'm looking at this textbook as I speak. Well, the Japanese textbooks differs from company to company. This is rather a progressive textbook, but even here, it says North Korea invaded first, and that's why the war erupted. And the UN forces supported South Korea, and China supported North Korea, and the war was spit for spat, and tensions mounted. And the relationship with Japan is also explained here. It explained the Red Purge, and also that Japan served as the U.S. forces base, that civilians were also mobilized. But actually, this helped the Japanese economy. That's being explained in this text. And then the peace treaty was not an overall treaty, and then that led to the U.S.-Japan Security Alliance. So yes, this textbook does cover the basics like that. And my view on this is, this doesn't really explain why the war actually happened. The why part. Because you have two countries on the peninsula, and a unified nation has not been created, but people wanted unification, and therefore they tried to use force to unify the country, but it all failed. And that's where the US and China came in, and it turned into an international war. I believe that needs to be explained, or else it isn't really clear why the war erupted. And also on colonialism, colonial rule. If Japan did not rule the peninsula, would the division not occur? Well, yes, we might say that, but I think that's too simplified. Japan colonialized Korea, and Korea was part of Japan. Japan went to war, involved the Korean peninsula in the war, and Japan was defeated, and that's where the Allied forces came in, US, UK, China, Soviet Union. They defeated Japan, Japan surrendered, and as a result of that, the territory of the Japanese Empire has been occupied by the Allied forces. And actually, the Korean peninsula was divided into two between the US side and the Soviet side. But why did that happen? That is related to the time when Japan surrendered. When the Potsdam Declaration was made, if Japan surrendered, then Soviet Union would not have waged war on Japan. And if right after the atomic bomb and the Soviet Union became involved in war, if Japan decided to continue the war, even on Japanese land, maybe the whole peninsula would have been taken by the Soviet Union. Probably the United States would have attacked Japan, and they would be up to their neck with that, and therefore the Korean peninsula would have been taken by the Soviet Union without being separated or divided. So maybe that could have happened. So Japan's colonialism, and because of the defeat of Japan at that time, Japan's surrender on August 15th probably led to the division of the Korean peninsula between the United States and Soviet Union, and that led to these two nations being created. And the two sides have to fight each other because they aim for unification.
So Japan is responsible for that result, not only because of the colonial rule, but Japan is responsible for that. And the third question was on the Japanese Communist Party, but I didn't really get the question. I got it. I got the question regarding the Japanese Communist Party. And Ritsu Ito was mentioned earlier. So the Japanese Communist Party, this is the second top official or third top official in the headquarters in Beijing, and Tokuda Kyuichi was the top official in the headquarters in Beijing. From Kyushu and Nosaka and Ito, these are the three top officials, the leaders in Beijing headquarters. And Tokuda died, and the remaining two leaders, one of them was Ritsu Ito, and based on the instruction from the Soviet Union, he was confined in Beijing. So the US, there was a betrayal, and as a result, the revolution did not work in Japan, and Ritsu Ito was incarcerated, and Nosaka died. So regarding this, why did this happen? I believe that Stalin had the idea behind this in Soviet Union. So the Korean War was waged, but Soviet Union was unable to rule the peninsula, and North Korea was pushing toward the south, but then the reunification was not achieved. And in the course of the war, Stalin was commanding Japan to conduct a revolution, but it was not materialized either. So whose responsibility was that? It was because there was a problem with the command coming from Stalin. But the revolution was not achieved in Japan because there was a betrayal in the leaders of JCP. And then they said that Ritsu Ito was the leader who was betraying the party, and he was incarcerated. Then why was the unification achieved in the peninsula? It's because of the betrayal. Also, because some members in North Korea were colluding with the US. The Park Kun-yeon, the second official, was nominated as the person who was making betrayal after the war ended. So I do not know why this happened clearly, but I believe that the judgment made by Stalin has affected the course of these incidents. The revolution in Japan didn't go well because there was a betrayal, and then Stalin incarcerated Ritsuito. And he also said that the unification did not materialize in the peninsula because there was a betrayal by Park Kun-yeon. So the Japanese Communist Party movement So Kim Il-sung wanted to unify the peninsula through the war, and the Soviet Union also supported that. So that whole thing has affected these incidents, and I believe that is what this war is about. That's all.
Well, thank you very much for your detailed answer. Now we have a question for Professor Moon. There is a difference in public opinion between, for example, Tokyo and Okinawa. And the difference has a big impact on the construction of a new military base in Henoko. And so is there a difference in public opinion between Seongju and Seoul?
Yes, definitely, yes, right. There was some change in the overall sort of, national poll results. I just skipped that, but like, for example, during the, let's see. Well, first, I'd like to say that the public opinion was not always the same. Yeah, this one, that depending on specific political situation and what's happening at the moment, people's view on THAAD deployment sort of fluctuated. And it may, fluctuate again, depending on, what's happening. As you can see in this slide, when there was really the military provocation from North Korea, there were more positive, views supporting the deployment. But by the time when Korean people learn about the corruption and the irregularities of Park Geun-hye's regime, the negative and positive view on the deployment were roughly same, right? So the public opinion is in a way, in the sense, responding to the things that are happening domestically and sometimes possibly internationally, right? But having said that, I like to emphasize that there has been difference in terms of feelings and positions between local people in Seongju, Soseongni, and Seoulite especially, right? That local people are directly affected by the deployment, all negative, right? People are worrying about, the radiation emitted by, the radar and other kinds of, and then military bases are being built to really support the system. And along with comes, the environmental degradation, noisy, the noise from the military operation, right? So there are an array of negative impacts on people for their daily lives, right? Health hazard, environmental degradation, safety issues, right? So people are extremely concerned about that. But Seoul lights are far away from this defense system, missile defense system, 260 kilometers away, right? And usually, and then only the initial phase, when the decision was made without public discussion, no ratification, by the National Assembly, then people were really critical of, the top-down decisions. But after a while, people are busy with their life. They forget, it's not the most important thing for their lives. But for local people, they really cannot turn off their switch, right? And that's why they are continuing their struggle even to these days. So there is significant difference, yes.
Well, thank you so much. And let me also relay the appreciation from the participants to the speakers. We've learned so much from your presentations today. And Professor Moon is staying up late to participate in this conference. So I particularly appreciate your participation today. We have to end our session now, but I like to remind you that we will have a second session starting at 13:50. So you have about an hour for lunch, and please come back by 1:50 for the second session, where we will have one speaker from Korea and a speaker from Japan, and they will offer a view on internal nature of the Korean War, as well as Korean War's impact on the Japanese economy. And let me take this opportunity to give my heartfelt thanks to Professor Wada and Professor Moon for their very enlightening presentations today. Thank you very much.
Hi, 皆さんこんにちは。時間になりましたので、これから。
Good afternoon, everyone. Since we are at the time to begin the afternoon session, we'd like to begin. In the first session, we heard from Professor Wada and Professor Moon. In the second session, we have Professor Kim and Professor Park. Before we begin the session, there is an announcement on the interpretation.
韓国語による発表になりますの
The
で、
presentation, one of the presentations will be in Korean language. So I will be translating the presentation into Japanese. The Japanese translation will be audible in Japanese channel. And if you'd like to listen to the English translation, then you will hear the English translation as well.
ではですね、第2部の、セクションに入りたいと思いますが、非常に
Then let's begin session 2. Thank you very much for joining us in your very busy schedule. Once again, I'd like to introduce myself. I am a professor at Keisen University. My name is Yonche Lee. And people call me Yon-sama in Japan. So please do not hesitate to call me Yon-sama in today's session. So I've been coming back and forth between Korea and Japan, and I've been engaged in various civil organization activities. And Japan and Korea have been forming a friendly relationship in the past decades. However, in the Japanese society, looking from 1910 to 1945, Japan was ruling Korea. Japan is conservative, but regarding the colonial rule, Japan has made a lot of effort. Japan, the history is fading, but still the wartime laborers and the so-called comfort women are understood, and people have an awareness on these matters. But not only on the colonial rule for the 35 years, but due to the Korean War, there has been this history after the war for 75 years. But looking at the relation between Japan and the North Korean War and the relationship between the Northeastern Asia and Korean War, people have not talked about that in Japan, except for the scholars in Japan. That is my impression. So what is the Korean War? From a various perspectives, we need to look at this war with large and small perspectives. And Professor Wada, as a pioneering scholar in this area, talked about the background and history, as well as various aspects of the Korean War. So I learned a lot from Professor's talk. And Professor Moon talked about the US bases and other ongoing movement that was brought about by the Korean War, as well as the current affairs. It is very difficult to think about how to look at the current situation. But in the afternoon session, we will look at how Korean people look at the Korean War, and also we will look at how special demand coming from Korean War influenced Japanese society. And that will be talked about by Professor Park. Professor Park will talk about the special demand from the war as well as the economic aspect. In order to deepen your understanding, I would like to say that there are specific and distinct natures of the Korean War. Korean War is said to have the aftermath for 100 years because compared to World War I and World War II, Korean War was contained in a very small area. Compared to the Vietnamese War, the Korean War was only limited to the peninsula. The war continued for 3 years, and a lot of things happened in 3 years. Until March 1951, for about 10 months, there was an all-out war. From until July 1953, the major war stopped for about several months. So it means that a lot of things happened only within 10-month period. And usually wars are about the wars between different countries, but in Korean War, it was a massacre and killing among family members. So the hatred among the ethnic group has led to a longer and deeper impact from the Korean War. So the war was waged in a very small place for a short period of time among family members, and that has led to the division in the peninsula as well as in the region, and division around the globe. So 38th parallel has led to these consequences. So in the afternoon session, I'd like the participants to join the discussion.
In Professor Wada's presentation, he says the war broke out, but have those things that led to the war really gone? Is the reason really the proactive strike by the North and the Korean War's reason? Regarding the reason for the war, regarding this war, in the past, a lot of studies have been taking place. However, regarding the cause, ever since the end of the Cold War, Soviet materials have been disclosed, and little by little we're starting to see the truth. But despite that, regarding the reason for the war, the influence of Japanese colonialism and the impact of the Cold War, including all of this, there are still a lot of areas we need to study. And the second study is regarding the history of the Korean War. So why did the US take part? And why did China take part? And what were the developments? And regarding this, including Japan's intervention, recently, by country, there are studies in each country about the history and the process. And we'd like to look to Professor Kim and Professor Park's presentations, if they could give us a perspective. And another study about the Korean War, something important is, in what way did the ceasefire come about? And what about the hostages or a situation? The ending of the war should be an important point of study. But regarding this, not much studies are taking place. And the reason for this is probably the Korean War is not yet over. And today it still continues. So that's why, regarding the methodology of ending the war, there are still not enough studies taking part. It's not possible to do this. And 70 years have passed. Despite that, the Korean War, what was it? And starting with the cause, and for the ending of the war, we in civil society, what can we do? And the international researchers, what do we need to do regarding this issue? Professor So and everyone from the ICU and Sophia University have been good enough to give us this opportunity by hosting this symposium. So I've tried to sort things out, and now I would like to ask Professor Kim Dong-chun. So talk about 40 minutes, and also Professor Park talk about 40 minutes. And then for each, we would like to have questions and answers. And at the end, Professor Wada will join us, and we'll talk about the cause and the ending of the war. And I hope we can deepen the discussions. So first, I would like to invite Professor Dong-chun Kim to give us the presentation. And to very briefly introduce Professor Kim Dong-chun, currently, Professor Kim works at Songgong-fae University in South Korea. She graduated from Seoul University, and in South Korea, experienced the democratization era. And in South Korea, regarding labor issues, has been deeply involved in such movements. And in the ages of President Roh Moo-hyun in South Korea, regarding truth and history, and the Reconciliation Commission, the professor was the chairperson around the Korean War about the massacre of civilians. This has been a point of study. And in Japan, too, there has been a Japanese translation. You can see it here. So this is the social history of the Korean War, issued from Heibonsha Publications. And the Korean War, is it north or south? And this looks into this from the civilians' perspective, and looking at the Korean War as a social law, as a social history. This is a very important research, and today we do not have that much time, but including the results of such research. What's the current situation, especially with the US elections? That has brought about change, and I'm sure that the professor is looking at the current situation with a very complicated feeling, and we look forward to the presentation. So, Professor Dong-chun Kim, please go ahead.
Konnichiwa. My name is Kim Dong-chun from Korea. Happy to see you here in this conference. Thank you for inviting me here in this conference. I'm going to speak in Korean because my English is not good as fluent. Sorry, please translate my Korean to Japanese. 이영재, Professor Lee. can you upload my PPT for presentation for the participant? You can read my abstract. This is not just an abstract, but full paper of my presentation. But my PPT may be a little differences from the paper. You can read.
金東俊先生を共同ホストにしていただけますか。
So can you make Professor Kim co-host, please? He will be sharing his screen.
김동 선생님 아마 지금 공동 호스트가 잘 안 되고 있나 본데 그냥 일단은 이야기하실까요? 페이퍼를 보셨거든요.
이야기할까요?
네.
PPT 예. 제가 오늘 말씀드리려고 하는 것은 한국에서 이 한국전쟁 70년을 어떻게 바라보고 있는가, 그리고 어떤 문제가 지금 이 한국전쟁 70주년을 맞이해서 중요한 이슈가 되고 있는가, 이런 거를 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다.
私は今日韓国社会は朝鮮戦
So
争
the Korean society, how is the Korean society looking at the 70th anniversary of the Korean War, and what is the significance? That is the topic of my presentation today.
먼저 그 한국전쟁의 특징이라고 할까요? 이런 부분은 앞에서 와다 선생님도 말씀하셨고 여러분도 알고 계시겠지만 제가 조금만 더 보충해서 말씀드리려고 합니다.
朝鮮戦争特徴に関しては和田先生
Regarding the Korean War, Professor Wada and other panelists talked about the history, but I'd like to add some comments.
한국전쟁은 아시는 것처럼 세계에서 가장 오래 지속되는 전쟁이기도 하고요. 가장 많이 알려지지 않은, 그리고 굉장히 복잡하고 굉장히 정치적인 전쟁이기도 합니다.
朝鮮戦争は未だに世界で一番
The
長い
Korean War is still the longest war, and it is not known well, and it is more complex than people think.
그 앞에서 와다 선생님께서도 이야기를 좀 하셨지만 그 한국 전쟁은 그러니까 탈식민화의 미완성이라고 할까요? 식민주의의 미청산의 결과로 나타난 전쟁이고, 그 점에서는 중동의 팔레스타인 문제와 굉장히 유사한 그런 특징을 가지고 있다고 생각합니다.
朝鮮戦争は和田先生もおっしゃったんです
As
が
Professor Wada said, the Korean War was waged in the process of the decolonization, and it's similar to the Palestinian War.
그래서 이 한국 전쟁은 단순히 냉전 체제 초기에 좌우 이념 대립에서 발생한 전쟁이라기보다는 식민주의의 청산 문제하고 연결되어 있는 그런 전쟁이라고 봐야 될 것 같습니다.
そういう理由で
For that reason, the Korean War between the rightists and leftists, it was not the ideological conflict, but it should be looked at from the perspective of the colonial rule.
그래서 일본과 한국과의 관계의 문제도 결국은 한국 전쟁 문제하고 깊이 연결되어 있다고 생각합니다.
そして日本と朝鮮戦争の関係も
And the relation between Japan and the Korean War should be looked at the relation between Japan and the colony.
한국 전쟁 자체에 대한 아직도 해결되지 않는 여러 가지의 그 쟁점들도 있는데요. 예를 들어서 몇 가지만 제가 말씀을 드리면, 한국 전쟁은 내전에서 시작되어서 국제전이 된 전쟁으로 알려져 있는데요. 북한의 침략의 부분이 기습 공격이냐 아니면은 이미 그 전부터 계속되었던 이런 그 작은 전쟁의 연장인가 한 것에 대해서도 여러 가지 논란들이 계속 있습니다.
朝鮮戦争にはまだいくつかの争点
The
があります。
Korean War still has some points of contention. and I will talk about few. So it expanded from a civil war to an international war, and North Korea pushed toward the south, and that was the beginning.
그러니까 일본의 당시 메가더 GHQ는 북한의 침략에 대한 여러 가지
So that was a small
정보가
war, but it should be looked at as an expansion of a small war.
그 북한의 침략에 대한 여러 가지
In the past,
정보에서 그것을 무시했다라고 하는 평가가 있습니다만 과연 무시했는지 아닌지에 대한 여러 가지 논란이 아직도 해결되지 않은 것 같습니다.
GHQ already had information on the military attack in the Korean War, but whether it ignored information or not, there is a question mark on that.
그리고 미국이 이제 유엔의 이름으로 한국 전쟁에 즉각 개입을 했는데 이것이 과연 정당했는가에 대한 논란도 계속되어 왔죠. 왜냐하면 미국은 이것을 경찰 행동, 폴리스 액션이라고 이야기를 했지만 사실상 내전적 성격을 가지고 있다는 주장에 비추어 보면 미국의 개입이 정당한 것이었나라고 하는 논란도 있었습니다.
And in the name of the UN, the United States intervened in this war, and the United States said that it was a police action. And it's questionable whether these actions were legitimate, looking at the fact that this may have been a civil war.
그리고 유엔에서는 당시 그 북한 정권을 공식적으로 인정하지 않았기 때문에 그 북한과 유엔 혹은 미국과의 이 전투를 국가 대 국가의 전쟁으로 볼 수 있는가에 대한 논란도 계속 있었습니다.
Back then, the United Nations did not approve the North Korea, so whether it was able to be seen as the international act.
그리고 사회주의 붕괴 이후에 많이 알려지긴 했습니다만 소련과 중국이 북한의 남한 침략에 대해서 굉장히 깊이 개입한 것은 이미 많이 알려졌습니다만 그 부분에 대해서도 여러 가지 아직 미스터리가 많이 남아 있습니다.
So Soviet Union supported North Korea. The direct intervention based on the Soviet Union document. We need more study on why Soviet Union was involved in this war.
그리고 당시에 메가더가 지휘한 유엔군이 인천 상륙한 이후에 38선을 넘어서 이북으로 진격을 했을 때 과연 이 이북으로 진격하는 것이 정당한 것이냐 아닌가에 대한 논란도 당시에 계속 있었습니다.
And also MacArthur going beyond 38th parallel and crossing the 38th parallel going to North Korea, was it legitimate? It's also questionable.
그리고 가장 많이 알려지지 않은 것은 당시에 저질러진 전쟁 범죄인데요. 북한군이나 혹은 남한군이 저질렀던 민간인 학살 문제라든지 또 중국 측이 계속 주장해 왔는데 세균전 문제라든지 이런 전쟁 범죄 문제가 아직도 제대로 정리되고 있지 않습니다.
And
in the Korean War, the war crimes issue and massacre of civilians, the United States was having this battle on the ground.
그리고 이 현재의 휴전선 DMZ 근처에서의 전투는 대개 전쟁 발발 후 1년 정도에 거의 끝났는데 왜 2년 동안에 계속 전쟁이 더 계속되었는지 이런 부분에 대한 것도 아직도 이제 제대로 해결되지 않은 것 같습니다.
And the war ended in 1 year, but it has extended for another 2 years as well.
수용소에서의 여러 가지 그 폭력 문제라든지 그다음에 신문, 그다음에 그 방공포로에 대한 석방 문제 같은 경우도 여러 가지로 해결되지 않는 의문점들이 많이 있습니다.
そして、コジェド
Also, Koje prison camp. Which to select, north or south? Regarding the release of prisoners, that is also the topic of study as well.
70년이 지난 지금도 많은 그 중요 자료들이 아직까지 공개되고 있지 않고 체계적인 연구가 이루어지지 않는 전쟁이 바로 한국 전쟁입니다.
このような多くの想定
And these are the points of contention, but the Korean War has not met any systematic researches.
둘러싼 이것을 한국 전쟁을 끝내기 위한 혹은 한국 전쟁에서 걸려 있는 두 가지 쟁점을 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다.
では朝鮮戦争
The Korean War related controversy in the country and challenges to overcome in order to solve these are the next topic.
종전선언을 둘러싼 노력입니다.
一つは
The first is how to end this war internationally. What kind of dialogue is required? That is the first topic.
여러분들이 아시는 것처럼 문재인, 김정은 판문점 정상회담이었습니다. 4.27 회담이라고 알려진 판문점 회담이었고요.
この始まりが、
The
ムンジェイン
start of that was between Kim Jong-un and Moon Jae-in 2 years ago on April 27th, 2018. Panmunjom Declaration was made. That was the beginning.
그래서는 양 정상은 한국 전쟁을 끝내야 된다라고 하는 것에 대해서 어느 정도 그 공동 성명을 발표했죠.
当時、両国間の
Back
首脳
then, the premiers of the two countries agreed that this war should be ended. So the shared declaration was made.
그리고 그 당사자들 그러니까 두 한국과 두 코리아와 그다음 미국, 중국이 종전을 선언하고 그 지금 휴전 상태를 평화 조약을 맺는 쪽으로 변경해야 되고 한반도의 완전한 비핵화를 달성해야 된다라고 하는 내용의 판문점 선언을 발표했습니다.
両首脳は
The two leaders said that there should be no more war on the Korean peninsula.
宣言し、それにアメリカと中国が終戦宣言
United States and China should also join the declaration to end the war, turning the armistice into a peace treaty.
그런데 이 전쟁을 끝낸다라고 하는 것이 무엇을 의미하는가에 대해서 또 어떤 조건에서 전쟁을
それでまた朝鮮半島の完全な非核化にも合意したわけです。
And also, they agreed on the complete denuclearization of the Korean peninsula.
종전 협정은 휴전인가 정전인가에 대한 논란도 물론 있지만 그다음에 그 전쟁을 어떻게 끝낼 것인가의 문제는 결국은 북한의 핵 문제가 가장 중요한 걸림돌이 된 것은 사실이죠. 북한의 핵 문제와 더불어서 그 종전 선언을 하는 데 있어서 걸림돌이 되는 것은 그 미국과 한국의 상호 방위 조약의 문제, 그 다음에 한국에 있는 미군 기지 문제, 그다음에 한국의 전시 작전권 문제, 이런 것이 종전선언과 다 연결되어 있는 어려운 주제들입니다.
So this is the English channel. We can not hear the Japanese translation now. It seems there's a technical difficulty. The English translators cannot hear the Japanese translation.
I think Professor Lee had a problem with the connection and he signed out. And so I'll translate Professor Kim into English, and then maybe I can be translated into Japanese. The issue of a transfer of a wartime operational control to South Korea also complicates the question of how to end the war.
예, 그 다음에 그 4.27 정상회담에서 양 정상이 가지고 있던 생각들이 과거에 김대중 대통령, 노무현 대통령, 그 다음에 현재 김정은 국무위원장, 한국의 문재인 대통령 사이에 약간의 변화도 일어나고 있는데요. 여러분들 PPT에 그 사인을 한 내용이 한국말로 쓰여져 있어서 죄송합니다만, 김대중 대통령은 한민족이라고 하는 표현을 썼고요. 노무현 대통령도 여기서는 표현되어 있지 않지만 통일이라고 하는 이런 담론들을 사용했는데, 이번 4.27 회담에서는 김정은 위원장은 통일이라는 말을 사용하지 않고 평화라고 하는 용어를 사용했다는 것도 주목해 볼 만한 내용입니다.
There are some important, subtle yet important changes in the language that the leaders used in their inter-Korean joint statements. President Kim Dae-jung specifically used the word the Korean nation. President Roh Moo-hyun used a specific word referring to unification. But in the latest inter-Korean statement, Kim Jong-un did not use the word unification. Rather, he included the word of peace.
예, 그래서 4.27 이후에 남북 정상들은 그 종전에 대해서 필요성에 대해서는 어느 정도 컨센서스를 가지고 있었지만, 종전 이후에 한국 전쟁을 끝낸 이후에 한반도를 어떻게 해야 되는가에 대해서는 통일이라고 하는 당위보다는 평화라고 하는 쪽으로 무게를 옮기고 있다는 것을 우리가 감지할 수가 있습니다.
소 선생님 여기서 할까요?
예, 이영철 선생님 들어가세요 이제.
예. 네, 4月 27日.
On April 27, Panmunjom Declaration was made, and both North and South do understand the peace, but then there are challenges on reunification.
종전 선언에 대해서는 그게 어떤 평화를 보장하지는 않지만, 한반도에서의 어쨌든 전쟁을 끝내야 된다라고 하는 데 대해서는 두 정상이 강한 의지를 가지고 있었으나, 그것이 곧 통일을 위한 것인가에 대해서는 명확하지 않은 그런 것이 드러났다고 생각합니다.
今回、この南北は
So between North and South, they do understand that the declaration to end war will impact the peace, but they do not think that it will lead to the unification immediately.
전쟁이 일어나기 이전, 즉 48년 두 국가가 수립되었던 시기로 돌아가는 것인가? 라고 하는 질문이 제기될 수가 있을 것 같습니다.
だから朝鮮戦争終結という
So the ending of the Korean War in August and September in 1948, two governments were established. But if this war ended, then would we go back to the state before these governments were formed?
이후에 여러분들이 아시는 것처럼 그 북미 정상이 두 번 하노이, 싱가포르, 그 다음에 판문점에서 이렇게 만나는 역사적인 그 일이 있었고요. 최근에 그 미국에서 나온 회고록들에 보면은 문재인 정부가 이 그 종전 선언을 이끌어내기 위해서 굉장히 많은 노력을 기울였다는 사실들이 확인되고 있습니다.
結局
In the end, after the summit meeting in Hanoi and in Singapore, there was the US North Korea meeting. But looking back over the documents, how much effort was made to make this a success? It's unclear.
결과적으로는 노딜 아무것도 성취를 하지 못했고 또 트럼프 대통령도 종전 선언은 별로 거의 관심이 없었다는 사실들이 드러나고 있습니다.
結局アメリカ
In the end, the US, looking at their records, it was a no-deal summit. Nothing was gained. And President Trump, even Mr. Trump, was not really interested in declaring an end to the war. That's what we learned.
설사 트럼프가 개인적으로 그런 생각을 가지고 있었다고 하더라도 미국의 공화당이나 민주당의 이스태블리시먼트가 한국 전쟁의 종전을 승인을 했을 가능성은 거의 없다고 생각합니다.
実際もしかしてトランプ
And
大統領
maybe for President Trump, declaring an end, even if he wanted to do so, between the Republicans and the Democrats, regarding declaring an end, the process for approving this probably did not exist.
이 과정은 역시 바이든 행정부로 다시 넘어가게 되었고요. 지금 바이든 정부, 바이든 대통령은 과거에 오바마가 추진했던 전략적 인내의 그 노선을 그대로 답습하지는 않겠지만 새로운 변화를 이렇게 과감한 변화를 가져오지는 않을 거라고 하는 관측이 지배적인 것 같습니다.
そういって今回バイデン新しい
This
政権
time, now that the new administration is going to take over these issues, in the same way as President Obama's administration, strategic patience is necessary. It's not like they're not going to do anything. But having said so, we cannot really look forward to a lot of change.
문재인 정부가 여기에 대해서 어떤 역할을 해야 되는가라고 하는 것이 이슈로 떠올랐고요. 지금 근데 정권이 한국의 문재인 정부가 후반기로 들어섰기 때문에 과연 적극적인 이런 그 종전선언과 북한 핵 문제 해결, 그 다음에 경제 제재 완화에 대해서 적극적인 역할을 할 수 있을까에 대한 여러 가지 회의론이 있는 것도 사실입니다.
それで再び
Therefore, once again, the role of the Moon Jae-in administration, the problem has gone back to this administration, but they're in the latter half of their administration and aggressively declaring an end to the war and tackling the nuclear issue. Can they really do that?
결국 이 북미 관계나 이런 문제는 한국 정부가 이니셔티브를 가지고 할 수 있는 여지가 매우 적기 때문에 한국 전쟁을 끝내는 문제에 대해서 한국 정부의 역할은 굉장히 제한적이라고 생각되고요. 한국 정부가 할 수 있는 일은 한국 사회 내부에서 결국은 전쟁을 끝내는 이런 것이 결국은 한국 정부가 주로 할 수 있는 일이 아닌가 생각합니다.
こういう形で見ると南北
In
関
this way, looking at this,
関係において
so at the US North Korea meeting, South Korea's initiative was extremely limited, and in ending the Korean War, the role of South Korea is already decided, you can tell, which means the Moon Jae-in administration within the South Korean society ending the Korean War. They can do that domestically, but regarding the US-North Korea relationship, there's a limit to their sphere of influence.
이야기를 들어와서요. 한국에서의 전쟁을 끝내는 한국 전쟁을 끝내는 문제에 대해서 몇 가지 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다.
じゃあではまた韓国社会に戻って
And going back to South Korean society, in South Korea, what's the significance of ending the war? Let's look at that.
이 한국 전쟁과 분단이 두 남북한에 어떤 결과를 가져왔는지에 대해서 다시 한번 우리가 생각해 볼 필요가 있는데요.
まず朝鮮戦争
First, the Korean War and the division of North and South. For both societies, what impact did the war have?
남한의 경우에는 친미주의와 반공주의가 지배를 하게 되었고 또 오랜 기간의 군사 독재가 전쟁의 결과로 나타났고요. 그 다음에 또 역설적으로 이런 극우 반공주의의 조건에서 굉장히 빠른 경제 성장을 성취한 것도 사실입니다.
韓国の場合
For South Korea, pro-Americanism and anti-communism and a long-term military dictatorship was born. However, under this regime, there was fast capitalistic economic development as well.
경우에는 그 반대로 굉장히 강한 반미주의가 지배 이데올로기로 자리 잡게 되었고 민족적 사회주의, 민족주의적 사회주의가 지배를 하게 되었으며 그 다음에 김일성 1인 통치와 그 다음에 주체 사상의 수립 이런 형태로 나아가게 되었습니다.
そして北朝鮮にとっては
And for North Korea, there was strong anti-Americanism and nationalistic socialism, and also Kim Il-sung, a one-man rule. That's the kind of system it brought about.
그러나 냉전 체제가 지구적인 냉전 체제가 무너지고 난 뒤에 중국과 미국이 수교를 하게 되면서 북한은 좀 고립되었고 결국은 말하자면은 훨씬 더 호전적인 형태로 핵 개발 문제나 혹은 자립 체제를 유지하지 않으면 안 되었던 것 같습니다.
そして世界冷戦の崩壊になり
And after the end of the Cold War, between the US and China, reconciliation between South Korea and China, when you look at the direction, North Korea is becoming isolated, and North Korea is becoming more pro-war. And by engaging in nuclear development, for example, it's isolating.
남한 사회에 미친 영향에 대해서 몇 가지를 다시 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
じゃあでは朝鮮戦争が韓国社
Now,
会
let's look at how the war has affected South Korea in more detail.
한국 전쟁이 끝난 다음에 남한에서는 전쟁 이전까지 조금 일부 남아 있었던 그 사회주의나 혹은 사회민주주의, 온건한 그 중도파 혹은 민족주의자들이 다 사라지게 되었고 극우 세력들만 살아남게 되었죠.
まず朝鮮戦争以前には
First, before the Korean War, in South Korea, there was socialist, there was communist, there were liberalist, social democrats. There were a lot of different political parties, but now only the rightists remain.
이 레드퍼지 좌익 빨갱이 사냥과 그 다음에 사상 통제 때문에 사회적인 유대가 해체되고 시민 사회가 크게 위축이 되었죠.
そして韓国では
In South Korea, regarding North Korea, they have a complex, and we have seen repeated red purges and also thought control. And the traditional human relationships are being destroyed. And it's become a very stiff and formal human relationship.
와 같은 의미의 민주주의의 개념이 만들어지게 되었는데 그거는 자본주의를 곧 민주주의로 보게 되는 그런 생각이 오늘날까지 미국과 한국에서 남아있게 되었습니다.
そして韓国の市民社会が萎縮
So
され
civil society in South Korea is shrinking. And the democracy, capitalism of Cold War, the US understanding is now being accepted in South Korea.
남한에서의 농지개혁이 어느 정도 성공적으로 완수가 됨으로써 그 이후에 그 지주 세력이 소멸이 되었고 빠른 경제 성장이 가능해진 것도 생각해 볼 문제입니다.
そして朝鮮戦争以前にできな
And
かった
before the Korean War, in the ages of Japanese colonialism, land reform was not possible. However, after the war, large landlords have disappeared, and this has led to fast economic development.
그리고 결국은 사회적인 연대나 이런 그 정치 활동, 사회적인 연대가 해체되고 정치적인 진보 정치 활동이 없어지게 됨으로써 굉장히 개인주의화된 성취 위주의 사회가 되었고 이것이 심한 교육열, 그 다음에 개인적으로 이 사회 문제를 해결하려고 하는 이런 경향이 강화되었습니다.
こういうような社会的な進歩政治が萎
So
縮
these kinds of society-centered and progressive politics have disappeared. So now it's becoming more individualized, a capitalist kind of society. And we are seeing that kind of changes in the social formation.
70년을 맞아서 전쟁을 어떻게 기억할 것인가의 문제에 대해서 조금 말씀을 드리도록 하겠는데요.
では戦争70年になって戦
70
争
years after the war, how do we remember the war? Let's look at the memories.
한국 전쟁은 여전히 한국에서는 6.25라고 부르고 있고요. 그리고 결국은 북한의 침략을 주로 기억하는 쪽으로 6.25 전쟁을 한국 전쟁을 기억하자는 것이 지배적인 담론으로 남아 있습니다.
今のに韓国では
In the
韓国
past, in South Korea, it was called the South Korean War. And this name was used for 60 years. Ever since the war started in 1950, they call this the 625 incident. So this is the day the war broke out. This is the day North Korea attacked South Korea. And this is leaving that kind of impression in the memory.
왼쪽에 보시면은 그 위령탑인데요. 이것이 위에 보면은 여러분들이 잘 안 보이실 텐데 전몰 주민이라고 적혀 있습니다. 그러니까 누가 이 사람들을 죽였는가는 묻지 않고 그냥 전몰이라고 하는 표현을 사용한 것을 주목할 수가 있습니다.
いくつか戦争の記憶の
There
写
are
真
several memories of war. I'm showing you some photographs on the left. This is a cenotaph, and above it says the residents who died.
これは誰が彼らを
So
自殺したのか
who killed them? It does not talk about who they were killed by.
오른쪽 위에 있는 그 표지는 제가 활동을 했던 진실화해위원회에서 민간인 학살 사실을 규명한 이후에 학살지에 이렇게 정부에서 표지판을 설치를 했는데 이것을 지역에 있는 그 우익들 혹은 가해자와 그 자손들이 이것을 파괴한 것을 볼 수가 있습니다.
韓国で民間
In
人が
South Korea, regarding the killing of civilians, many were by the South Korean forces, but on the right, it shows this is the Peace Reconciliation Committee visiting the site of the massacres. And after the truth is disclosed, they put up signs. And putting up these signs, the right wing in South Korea say, this is not. They have been attacking the fact that this is being done.
인천인데요. 인천의 자유공원이라고 하는데 메가더의 동상이 있습니다. 이 메가더 동상을 그 시민단체에서 철거하려고 했는데 이 해병대나 군 출신이 와가지고 이것을 막으면서 구국의 은인이라고 표현하는 이런 플랜카드로 이 대립을 하는 모습입니다.
そういった右の下の写真は
On the right below, currently at Incheon Airport, this shows the appearance of General MacArthur. The right wing in South Korea say, MacArthur saved South Korea, and they worship him as a hero. However, the civilist groups tried to remove this, and then the Marines came in and they complained.
이 두 역사적 사건을 주로 기억을 하자라고 하는 것이 한국의 지배담론이라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다.
まさにマッカーサーは救
So
国の
MacArthur was indeed the savior, and Pak Jong-il from Japan brought about the high economic growth, and he also is a person who brought merits to South Korea, and that is the history of the right wing in South Korea.
한국 전쟁을 둘러싼 기억의 전쟁이라고 할까요? 이런 부분들이 한국 사회에서 지금도 계속되는 중입니다.
朝鮮戦争、6.25、
With the
6.25
Korean War, 625, how do we maintain these memories? Again, this is this issue for contention.
한국 전쟁기에 있던 민간인 학살 문제인데요. 여러분들이 보시는 이 사진은 최근에 발굴한 것입니다. 대전 지역은 가장 많은 민간인들이 학살당한 곳으로 알려져 있는데 후퇴하던 대한민국 국군과 나중에 인민군에 의해서 양쪽에 의해서 학살이 가장 많이 일어난 곳입니다.
今見せる写真は
The
民間人
photograph you're looking at now is the place where there was the massacre of civilians. And from Seoul, it's about an hour away in a place called Daejeon. And that was where the largest number of civilians were killed. The Chinese forces participated in the war, and the South Korean forces who were retreated killed the civilians. And after that, the Korean People's Army also killed a lot of civilians.
정부가 한 것이 아니라 그 민간 단체가 일부 지방자치단체 지원을 받아서 대전 지역의 학살지의 일부 발굴을 한 것인데요. 이 부분에 이것에 대해서 한국의 주류 매체는 거의 보도를 하지 않았습니다.
これは、韓国軍による民間
Through
人虐
the
殺
South Korean forces killed the civilians, but the South Korean government, and it's not China or the government that did this, it was the civilian groups that are now trying to unearth the remains. And the conservative media is not broadcasting any of this kind of news.
내부에서 있는 몇 가지 쟁점들을 잠깐 소개를 드리면
これ以外にも韓国国
Other
内
than this, within South Korea, the memories of the war, there are several I would like to introduce to you.
한국 전쟁기에 그 과거의 일본 제국주의 하에 정도의 규모는 아니지만 한국군도 위안소를 운영을 했다라고 하는 그런 그 연구들이 있고 자료도 있는데요. 김기옥 교수가 이런 책도 썼는데 이것이 한국에서는 아직까지 그다지 크게 문제되지 않고 전쟁기 성폭력 문제가 아직까지 본격적으로 거론되고 있지는 않습니다.
そして朝鮮戦争時期には日
And
本
at the time of the Korean War, so this is not about the comfort women, but as part of the Korean War, there were other people. However, regarding this, this is not yet talked about in South Korean society, about sexual violence.
저도 잘 안 보이겠지만 그 한국 기독교 교회가 어떻게 학살에 개입했는가의 문제를 다룬 박사 논문입니다.
そしてこの写真の3枚の中で真ん中
There are three photographs. In the middle, it's in Korean. Maybe it's too small, you can't read it. But it says, in South Korea, the Christians, the youth groups, in what way were they involved in the massacres of civilians? It's a doctorate paper.
한국 전쟁은 그 탈식민화 과정에서 발생한 전쟁이기도 하지만 계급 전쟁이기도 하고 일종의 종교 전쟁의 성격도 가지고 있습니다.
まさに朝鮮戦争
So
は
the Korean War, indeed, is a war of colonization, and it's a class war as well. And it was also a religious war as well.
그래서 이런 연구들이 최근에 여러 사람들에 의해서 진행이 되고 있고 한국의 그 대표적인 기독교 지도자인 한경직 씨가 이제 그 서북청년회를 만든 사실, 제주 4.3의 진압에 관련된 사실, 이런 기독교의 책임 문제가 지금 앞으로 좀 더 많이 논의가 될 것 같습니다.
韓国でこのよう
In
に
South Korea, in this way, regarding the massacre of civilians, there are a variety of research. Recently, Hangyanjik, a Christian organization's reverend, says, from North Korea, children. So there was like a children's organization that came and killed the civilians. And in the 4-3 Jeju incident, these kinds of things happened, and it's become more clear. And the research should be moved forward regarding the involvement of religious groups in the massacres.
저의 그 세균전을 다룬 그런 그 포스터인데요. 그 51년, 52년 사이에 그 미군이 세균전을 벌였다는 여러 증언이 있는데 아직까지 당시에도 그런 조사가 있었습니다만 체계적으로 연구되지는 않은 것 같습니다.
右側の写真は
On the right, at the time in China, at the time of the Korean War, this is a poster from 1951 to 52 in the US. Overseas, there was a problem about this, but there's no actual specific facts regarding this.
일본의 731 부대의 관련자들이 그 45년 이후에 미군에 의해서 다시 기용이 되어서 이 사람들이 세균전에 개입했다라고 하는 주장들도 계속 나오고 있습니다.
もともと
To
日本の
start out with, in Japan, it's related to the 731 troops. At the time of the Korean War, they were employed. And in the viral war of the US, there are some people who say that the 731 organization was active under the US.
기억의 재구성이라고 할까요? 그러니까 한국 전쟁에 대한 기억의 재구성이 한국 사회 내에서의 어쨌든 화해의 문제, 남남 화해라고 할까요? 우선 남한 사람들 내부에서 화해, 그 다음에 남북 간의 화해, 이 문제하고 연결되어 있는 그 중요한 정치적인 이슈인 것 같습니다.
まさに朝鮮戦争に
So the Korean War, the memories regarding this war are being reconstructed in South Korean society over the Korean War regarding the conflict. The South, this is a symbol of the reconciliation, and between the North and the South for social reconciliation. This is an important event.
여러분들이 보시는 이 사진은 제주도의 백조일손지묘, 제주도에서 볼 수 있는 과거의 그 4.3 사건 관련자들이 6.25 발생 직후에 학살된 사건인데요. 여기에서 유족들이 이제 그 비석을 세웠다가 박정희 정부가 다시 이 비석을 파괴했고 다시 유족들이 이 비석을 모은 이것을 보여주는 곳이죠.
この写真はチェジュ
This
島
photograph shows you Jeju Island. And in 1948, regarding the 4-3 incident, the administration at the time conducted massacres, and again, after the Korean War. So they have set up memorials, and under Pak Chung-hee, this memorial was destroyed. And the bereaved families have gathered this together again to create a new memorial.
예, 그다음에 6.25 한국전쟁을 둘러싼 가장 큰 쟁점은 역시 어떻게 아까 제가 처음 말씀드렸습니다만 이 6.25 전쟁 혹은 한국전쟁을 어떻게 부를 것인가의 문제인데 이게 역시 한국에서 계속 논란이 되고 있습니다. 뭐 예를 들면 제주 4.3 사건은 이제 일종의 한국전쟁의 전사, 시작이라고 볼 수도 있는데 제주 예를 들면 민중항쟁이다 혹은 공산 반란이다 제주 4.3 사건이다 이런 걸 둘러싼 여전히 이런 그 명명 이름 붙이기에 대한 논란이 계속되고 있습니다.
朝鮮戦争をどう呼ぶの
How to call the Korean War? Is it Korean War or a 625 cataclysm? The memory will decide the name of the war. But even before the Korean War, the Jeju 4.3, which occurred before the Korean War, also has the same understanding. Is it the rebellion or is it the 4.3 incident? Regarding the name, the name has not been decided, which symbolizes the division in the society.
사변, 한국전쟁, 그다음에 북한에서는 조국 해방전쟁 뭐 이렇게 계속 부르고 있죠. 예.
朝鮮戦争に関しても
Regarding the Korean War, 625 incident or 625 cataclysm, the Korean War, and in North Korea it is called National Liberation War.
한국전쟁을 둘러싼 이런 이름 붙이기의 대립은 이승만 정권에 대한 평가로 계속 대립되고 있습니다만 한국의 뉴라이트는 일종의 이승만을 민족의 영웅이라고 보지만 또 한편에서는 가장 악명 높은 살인자라고 부르기도 합니다.
まさにこの朝鮮戦争の
So in the Korean War, before and after the Korean War, the first president Lee Sin-man was ruling the administration, and the Lee Sin-man administration, understanding on the administration and understanding of the Korean War are connected. Was Lee Sin-man a national hero or the notorious slaughter? Regarding this point, in Korea, the right wing has been emerging to talk about this issue.
이거는 서울의 용산에 가면은 가장 큰 이런 그 전쟁 기념관이 있는데요. 그래서 이거를 전쟁 기념관이 아니라 평화 뮤지엄으로 평화 기념관으로 바꾸자라고 하는 그런 시민단체 캠페인도 계속되고 있고 또 여기에 전시되어 있는 것들도 바꿔야 된다. 이런 주장들이 시민단체에서 지금 제기되고 있습니다.
これはソウルの真ん中
And
にある
this is at the center of Seoul. It was the former US base, and right next to that is a war museum. And here you can see that the Korean War is the symbol of this memorial. It is commemorating the war, but civil organization is saying that this notion should be removed.
그래서 한일 과거사의 문제가 결국은 탈식민화의 문제하고 연결되어 있다는 것은 뭐 앞에서도 제가 말씀드렸습니다만은 자이니치 중에서 김석범 선생님처럼 그 통일되기 전까지는 시민권 어느 나라의 시민권도 갖지 않겠다라고 하는 이제 이렇게 계속 이야기하고 계신 김석범 선생님의 사례가 보여주는 것처럼 자이니치 문제가 결국은 남북한의 70년 동안 계속되는 대립 문제하고 연결되어 있는 것 같습니다.
それと朝鮮戦争は日本
And
の
the Korean War has led to the issue of Zainichi Koreans' identity as well. Between South Korea and Japan, the recolonization issue is there, and Kim Seok-bun, the Zainichi Korean person, said that he does not have any citizenship in any country. In the 70-year history, it shows that it has also impacted the identity issue of the Koreans.
정근식 교수가 이제 위원장이 되었는데요. 그동안 제1기위원회에 저도 1기위원회에서는 관여를 했습니다만 미완성으로 끝났고요. 그래서 더 추가적인 진상규명 작업이 아마 앞으로 3년 혹은 4년 동안 지속될 것으로 생각합니다.
한국의朝鮮戦争前後 민간적
Between before and after the Korean War, there was a committee on the reconciliation and truth, and the second round started. And I myself was in the first round, but it was incompleted. So the second round will begin, and it will be investigating the truth for the next 3 to 4 years.
어쨌든 앞으로 이 한국전쟁 70년을 끝내기 위한 종전으로 나아가서 한반도의 평화 체제로 가기 위해서는 역시 그 미국의 바이든 행정부 이후에 동아시아 정책이 굉장히 중요한 변수가 될 것 같고요. 그래서 바이든이 물론 우리가 그다지 낙관적이지는 않습니다만 어쨌든 바이든 행정부와 또 한국 정부 그다음에 북한의 김정은 정부가 같이 어쨌든 이 문제를 해결하는 주체가 되어야 될 거라고 생각하고요. 그렇지만 한국 문재인 정부가 과거에 비해서는 어쨌든 훨씬 더 많은 이니셔티브를 가지고 있기 때문에 조금 더 적극적인 그동안에 해왔던 것보다는 적극적인 그 금강산 문제나 개성공단 문제나 그다음에 북핵 문제에 대해서 조금 더 이니셔티브를 가지고 적극적인 태도를 취해야 되는 것이 아닌가 이런 생각을 합니다. 그래서 이것이 쉽게 해결될 문제는 아니지만 어쨌든 한국전쟁이 종전으로 선언을 유도하고 평화체제로 가게 될 경우에는 어쨌든 한반도만 바뀌는 것이 아니라 동아시아도 크게 변화가 일어나지 않을까 생각합니다.
実際、最後にこの朝鮮
And
戦
to conclude, it's the 70th anniversary of the Korean War, but how to end the war? How to create peace on the Korean peninsula? That is what I'd like to talk about. The Biden administration will start, and Kim Jong-un and the South Korean government together may act in making the I believe it is playing a significant role. And Quezon complex may start, and Korea will have to intervene actively in making that happen. But ending the Korean War and creating peace in Korean Peninsula does not only require the peninsula, but all the movement by all the players will be required. It will be a significant turning point.
대사가 된 강창일 의원은 뭐 아시는 분은 아시겠지만 일본에서 공부를 하고 일본도 잘 아시는 분이지만 저하고도 2000년부터 2004년까지 민간인 학살 운동을 같이 했던 분이라서 이런 문제에 대해서 누구보다도 그 식견이 많기 때문에 한일 관계를 잘 풀어나가는 역할을 할 수 있지 않을까 개인적으로 저는 그런 기대를 가지고 있습니다.
そういって最後になります。
And in closing, the ambassador to China, the Kang Chanja, has been appointed. And regarding the massacre issue, I worked with him. But in the University of Tokyo, he is also working to get the doctorate degree. And I believe that I can expect much from the new ambassador.
はい、どうもありがとうございました。はい、金道地先生ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Professor Donchun Kim. Regarding the Korean War, within South Korea, the post-war moves, he gave us specific examples and explained to us. Post-COVID-19, the Korean War, regarding South Korean society, what impact has it had? And the militaristic administration in the democratic liberal organization with economic growth right now, even today, over the Korean War in South Korea, the conflict, the standoff, cannot be solved by South Korea alone. After the end of the Korean War, in signing a peace treaty as an issue that needs to be solved, I think those are the points that he raised from a variety of aspects. And I think Japan doesn't really get that kind of information regarding the Korean War's characteristics in South Korea. And I do hope that among you, if you have any questions, maybe we can take one or two questions regarding the contents of this presentation. We'd like to take questions and answers and then move on to Professor Park. So does anyone have any questions? Or any comments? Are there no questions? Maybe if you have a question, if you could please upload it into the chat function, then during the crosstalk, we would like to answer your questions. So no questions for the time being. In that case, if there are no questions, I think we are running out of time. We would like to move on to the presentation from Shizuoka University.
So Professor Park has been in Japan for 35 years or 40 years. I think that Professor has been in Japan for more than half of the life. But Professor has been studying the high economic growth in Japan, and also Professor has been studying the high growth in Japan in relation to the Korean War and the Vietnamese War. How did Park Chung-hee obey the U.S. rule? That important matter was investigated. But now, recently, Professor has been investigating the relation between the Korean War and the high economic period. And he's also looking at the high economic growth period from the U.S. perspective. So U.S.-Japan relation, as Japan was growing significantly, what was happening with regards to the Korean War? I think that Professor will be talking about the update of his research. And kamikaze has been talked about as the high growth period in Japan. That was all that was talked about. But it's quite interesting how it is related to the relation with other things that were happening. So unfortunately, there's only 30 minutes allocated to Professor's presentation today.
So good afternoon. I am Park from Shizuoka University. And I would like to share with you some of my slides to look back at the Korean War and Japan's economy and the impact on Japanese economy. So I'd like to share my slides. I hope you can see the slide. Is it okay? Yes, we do see the slide. So to start with the Vietnam War, I believe, or rather I have tried to look at how that impacted Asia and also South Korea. And as I studied this, I have seen that the East Asian miracle, or that and in developmental economics, we have tended to focus on the role of the government when it comes to economic development in East Asia. But through such analyses, the U.S. security arrangement has actually impacted greatly on economic development in the region. And I have tried to analyze this in my research, and it seems if you look at President Johnson's letters, for example, and Washington's NARA documents, some of the disclosed diplomatic documents, if you look at these, during the Vietnam War, it seems that the United States has really focused on Japan. Their policies had a special emphasis on Japan. And I believe that you may know that in the Vietnam War, South Korea has sent many troops into this war. But it wasn't South Korea, but Japan, which was prioritized by the United States, despite South Korea's contribution to the Vietnam War. And so why was this? I have tried to look into this, and starting last year, as I carried out my research, I find that the Korean War has impacted Japan's high economic growth. And so I'd like to look into these aspects and share my thoughts with you. In the national security arrangement, we do have a lot of research being done. However, most of that research looks into politics, history. So there is this bias towards that. But today, I would like to look at the economic aspects to understand the U.S. security strategy and how that has impacted the Japanese economy. Now, I would like to show you a lot of data and some of the things I found out in my research. I'll show some graphs or many graphs. So please look at these to try to grasp an image of what I'm talking about. So first of all, about the economic miracle of Japan. Let us take a closer look at this. So some characteristics. It was a high growth period that lasted for many years, and it was centered around industrialization, especially in heavy chemical industry, and also with a focus on export. So it was export-oriented. Industrialization in heavy chemical industries. And this was also done over a very short period and very speedily. But the biggest surprise or a big characteristic could be that we had this very negative vicious cycle which made an about face towards a virtual cycle towards growth. So these are the three aspects of the miracle we are talking about. Now, from 1956 to 1970, over this 15-year period, if we look at Japan's economic growth, we see an average growth rate of 10% per annum. So what a big growth this is. Here I have this 5% figure here. So if a growth rate exceeds 5%, it is deemed a very high growth rate. So against that, it's 10%. And 5% figure is the World Bank's definition of high growth rate, but it's much more higher than that in case of Japan. And this growth rate has only been achieved among few countries in the world. So this is really a miraculous growth. And as I said earlier, heavy chemical industries. This has developed rapidly. And actually, this was carried out with a focus on export. So that is why I am calling this an export-oriented industrialization of the heavy chemical industries, or development of heavy chemical industries. If we look at the Japanese economic development, we would like to focus on the eve of the high growth rate. The first half of the 1950s, we had this negative vicious cycle. All the equipment were not enough. Machineries were all obsolete and old. In 1952, according to the Ministry of Industry and Trade, International Trade and Industry, their statistics shows that 70% of equipment were aged 10 years or older, very old. Obsolete equipment was being used. But so because they are old, of course they may break down, and the technological level was also low. The operation rate was low, and it increased the cost. Therefore, the international competitiveness was not high. So that was the situation back in the early 1950s. However, all of a sudden, the latest equipments were brought in through capital investment. And that led to mass production, quality improvement, which also led to improvement in international competitiveness. And as a result of that, exports into the United States expanded. And a foreign currency was earned, which led to buying more better state-of-the-art equipment from the United States. So now you have this virtuous cycle appearing. So this negative vicious cycle turning into this high growth cycle. How did this happen? We need to have an explanation. And this miracle, when we think about this miracle, I believe the key word would be the United States. And that is because the capital investment in Japan, if you look at where the money went, it went to buying the latest equipment from the United States. That has supported Japan's high growth rate. So international competitiveness was gained from mass production using the latest equipment produced in the United States. With that, Japan established a mass production system to make good products which were sold, exported to the United States. And in economics, we do not really focus on this, but also management innovation. The United States actually proactively supported Japan as it tried to change the way they managed business. So from the supply side, capital investment and also export and management reform, changing the way business was managed. The relationship of Japan with the United States is a key when we try to understand the economic miracle of Japan. So to look at it more specifically from the United States, equipment, machinery, Japan was about 60% reliant on machine and equipment from the United States. And also the latest technology. Japan was reliant on the United States, 63%. And what was made in Japan were exported into the United States. That led to the acquisition of foreign currency for Japan. Another thing is the United States' support in business management of Japan. For business reform, management reform, the top management people in Japan, or looking at it by industry, leaders who will be playing a very big role in the industries were sent to the United States. And actually, they were invited by the US government, which means that the United States government have invited Japanese business managers to learn about the management theories, the latest management skills. The US taught Japanese managers these skills, and that led to this many people going to the United States to study, and that has led to production quality management in Japan. And I do understand I'm lacking time. I suppose I should speed up, but in any case, here, and I wanted to explain this, so I have explained the first part, but this relationship, there is the receiving end, and also you have the providing end. And in the economy, Japan wanted to learn about capital investment, about business management. They may have wanted that, but they needed somebody to supply that knowledge. In the high economic growth period in Japan, this is not a focus really, or what the Japanese government did in terms of policy or establishing laws. This has not been studied in depth. Or rather, even if what the Japanese side did was explained and studied, we do not hear much explanation about the supplier side theory, about why is it that the United States provided such knowledge and equipment. Because the United States was providing the latest technology, latest equipment. Sending that to Japan meant, in terms of international competitiveness, you are trying to create your rival. The US government money was used to invite Japanese top management so that they can learn from the United States. Why is it that the United States did this for Japan, especially when we think about the Cold War era? Yes, there is this clash of interest when it's a country-to-country relationship, but why is it that the US provided a lot of things to Japan? In order to understand this, we need to look into the history of the Korean War.
So to begin with, why did the United States participate in the Korean War? Earlier, Professor Kim also raised some questions, but what you see here on the screen is the public document, the diplomatic document. On January 11th, 1965, there was a summit meeting between Prime Minister Sato and President Johnson. And from the US, as the important points, there were some points were raised, and these are the topics. So what were the discussion points? The US said that the US fought the Korean War in the interest of Japan's security as well as their own. So it talked about the interest of Japan. And also, a viable Korea is an essential buffer to the US, doubly essential to Japan. So this was the honest, candid opinion of the US. So it's its buffer. To give you a good idea of what buffer is, it's like a bumper of a car. That's what the Korea was for the US. I think it's very clear what buffer means with this illustration. So to protect Japan, what does it mean to protect Japan? To think about that, we need to look at the Acheson line. Acheson line is outside of the Korean peninsula. And Korean peninsula was not within the line. And the United States idea was not to give Japan to the Soviets. And President Eisenhower, in a speech, said that this was the important factor and reason for protecting Japan. It was a strategic reason. So he said that if Kremlin was to control Japan, then Japan's great ability to wage war will be used against the entire free world. Then Japan will fight against the UK and US. And it also means that Japan had a strong ability to wage war. And that is why the US did not want to give Japan to the Soviet Union. And as you know, Japan is the gateway to the Pacific. So for the United States, this is a bastion in the Pacific from the US perspective. And then from Japan, if China and Soviet Union would go to the United States directly, then there may be a war on the soil of the United States. That is why, from the geopolitical perspective, the United States valued Japan. Then in the Korean War, the strategic importance of Japan also increased further and further. So this is a flip side map of Japan. So as mentioned regarding the Korean War, China and the United States were fighting against each other directly. So due to the theory back then, Japan's importance was increasing because for the military and the economy of other countries, Japan was positioned as an important country to make contribution. So for this reason as well, Japan was considered an important place. So how did Korean War impact the security policies of the United States? On this point, the National Security Council, NSC, adopted a basic document on the policy toward Japan. So after the Korean War, how did the policies change? From the security perspective, how did the policies toward Japan change? So from the history and policy study perspective, we have looked at the history, but then the Korean War was looked at from the strengthening of the constabulary force and coast guard ability. However, today I'd like to look at the economic perspective. The economy was reconstructed. However, after the Korean War, the focus was more on the sustainable economic development. And furthermore, the NSC's document, the adopted document, shows that the heavy and chemical industrialization was aimed for, and as a result, they aimed to increase the international competitiveness. That is talked about many times in these documents. So there were these traditional studies and researches, but by adding the economic perspectives in the researches, we can see how the high growth period in Japan was achieved. The NSC documents on the policy toward Japan have some characteristics. The major characteristic is that Japan was considered as a keystone in Asia, and it needed to be reconstructed. It's been documented. And also, in the US policy toward Japan, what were the focuses? First of all, needless to say, rearmament was promoted. And on top of that, a new focus was economic development in Japan for a long term. That would be critically important for the security of the US. So one of the objectives of the security objectives of the US was to achieve the sustainable economic development in Japan. For that, the recommendations from the US were to increase the export capability as well as international competitiveness. And to achieve this, the industry was promoted, and also modernization of industries was promoted. That was one of the important objectives in the security document in the United States. So, more specifically, what were the recommendations from the US? The economic development had 4 important aspects. So let's take a look at the four aspects. First one is the enhancement of international competitiveness. Second, improvement in productivity. Third, expansion of export to the US, as well as Japan's accession to GATT, GATT. And fourth, promotion of US companies' investment into Japan, such as capital investment. So these were the recommendations made by the US. And then what's important here is that these recommendations, how were these recommendations reflected in the policies? And what kind of specific support and assistance were extended from the US to Japan? So in that regard, let's look at the summary. The rearmament means that the arms demand needs to be grown, and also the industry promotion was required. And on top of that, by strengthening international cooperation, we can create the export-oriented heavy chemical industrialization. So this was the model of the policy toward Japan. So from this perspective, let's look at Japan's policies in comparison to the US policy recommendations to Japan. When we compare them, what is the relationship like? Since the time is limited, I will give you the conclusion first. First, the recommendations were made, and then they were reflected in the policies. So more specifically, the industry promotion policy on the right-hand side included these laws and plans. And as a result, the heavy and chemical industries were promoted. But from the US perspective, rearmament was also being promoted. So these military perspectives were also added. We need to consider these aspects. However, we have been looking at them separately, traditionally. And in order to establish self-defense forces, before that, the United States, in many ways, had worked on the policies. The MSA, Mutual Defense Assistance Agreement, was signed, and also United States-Japan agricultural surplus commodity agreements were made in order to promote rearmament and to come up with the financing for industry promotion. And then SFDs were established. And of course, SFDs will create the demand in the military industry, which will lead to the promotion of the machinery industry. And then, from that situation, the 3-year government plan on defense program was created. And what we need to focus on especially is the movement by the World Bank. The US has already made the recommendations, and then the World Bank later conducted the industry survey to look at the challenges in Japan and how much of financing support would be required. That study was made. And then in April 1955, NSC document 5516/1, an important policy was created. And in order to improve productivity, in 1955, the Japan Productivity Center was established, but even before that, in 1953, it was proposed by the US. And as a result, a committee was established, and then in the US, whether it was possible was confirmed by the US side, and as a result, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry officially established Japan Productivity Center. And then the United States decided to prepare some budget for that. And then as a result, Japanese Productivity Center was established finally. But we had traditionally only looked at the establishment of the JPC. However, looking at the chronological order of the events, you can see that first we had the policy recommendations from the US, which were reflected in the policies in Japan.
Access to the US market as well. The trade with China was suspended, and as a result of that, in 1953, the US market was opened up to Japan. And then, after entering that, it's not just the United States, but the European market also was now accessible for Japan, and the United States will support that. Well, then, under such a recommendation, what was the role that the United States played in all of this? So here, I'd like to look at three aspects: the supply side, the mass production system, the establishment of that, and also on the demand side, access to the US market, and in business management, the US-style business management introduction. I would like to look at all these three aspects as we look at the US support for establishing an export-oriented development of heavy chemical industry in Japan. So first, the biggest characteristic of Japan's high growth is capital investment, which increased over a very short period of time. So capital investment, how was this possible? If we look deeper, we can see machinery industry was where the focus was. So where did the machines come from? Most of that came from abroad. And 60% of the imported machinery came from the United States. There was a high dependence on the United States. So as I said earlier, these are state-of-the-art equipment using latest technology, which means Japan will be able to produce high-quality products. And with this, mass production became possible. So the United States has supported the establishment of the mass production system in Japan. Well then, within the capital investment, especially the important part is machinery, and in machinery, machine tools would be most important. Machine tools, they are very important because machinery and parts of machineries will be made using machine tools. So this is a machine to make bigger machines, or they may be called mother machines. So machine tools will be used to make components and parts, which will be built into the final product, the heavy chemical industry product. And it's not just that. Other industrial machines could be built with these. So the machine tools are the mother machine for other industries and other equipment. Another thing I would like to focus on is this. Machine tools are machines to make other bigger machines, but for the military industry, it's a big key. So the United States has tried to promote Japan's rearmament. So the US provided machine tools and skills needed for Japan to rearm itself and build a military industry. And Japan's machine industry, during the war and before the war, the focus was the military industry. One famous thing would be the war vessel Yamato. It had a big cannon on top, and to make this, German large equipment as well as UK equipment were used. So the military industry and was really closely related to all this. And Japan's machine tools all came from overseas. Very accurate machine tools were brought into Japan. About 30% to 40% of the demand in machine tools were reliant on export. So it's not just capital investment, but investment into machine tools. This was also very heavily reliant on import. And the latest machinery came into Japan with this import. And where did this all come from? Actually, during this time, it came from the United States. More than half, or nearly half, came in from the United States, which means that the United States, when it comes to Japan's export-oriented development of heavy chemical industries, the United States has provided a lot of these important machine tools and equipment to Japan. Now, on the demand side, as I said earlier, after the Korean War, the relationship with China soured, and no more trading was done with them. So the United States opened up its market toward Japan. United States also helped Japan enter the GATT framework so that Japan can export into Europe as well as the United States. So this movement was accelerated. And yes, I am aware of the time. But one other thing I wanted to talk about was the United States wanted to promote economic development in Asia and help promote Japan's economic development. So, with the focus on Asia. So, the US supported Asia after 1955 and made sure that things that were necessary could be bought from Japan. Also, in compensation, many equipment from Japan would be exported, but the United States has helped in this. And in the heavy chemical industries, and if you look at the export toward the United States from 1956 to 65, you can see that there is this big growth, especially metal and machinery export into the United States has grown.
And before closing, regarding the business management, this requires attention. First, on the left, you can see a document in Korean language. This is a confidential document of the Korean president, which was later published. Here you can see the dispatch of officials to the US. It was confidentially carried out, as you can read on this document. And then, using the government budget, the support was given to the UK, Japan, and South Korea. So why did the United States extend the national government budget to support these countries? That is an important question. And looking at the contents, it is focusing on the business management. A thorough training was given. It means that large companies and universities in the US, they were invited to these places for lectures, but also business matching opportunities were provided as well. And then the top management delegations by industry who were invited by the US government using the government money. Looking at the scale of these delegations, you can see it was quite large in scale. The United States government. This shows that how the US government was focusing on this, and especially back in 1955, the US was still suffering from the aftermath of the war with Japan. The US had waged a war, and there were still damages on those who were involved in the war, and the sentiment toward Japan was not favorable then. And it was difficult for the enterprises to materialize this kind of delegation. So in that situation, the United States government itself invited them to the US. It's significant. And the scale was quite big. So in the case of Korea, only the top management personnel were invited to the US, but in the case of Japan, invitation programs varied. There were a diverse array of invitation programs. So there were teams on different issues and different sectors to look at the challenges Japan was facing. They investigated into these matters thoroughly, and in order to solve these challenges, which company in the US would be suitable? The US government has looked into that and matched these businesses. And then the delegation was dispatched, and after the dispatch, they learned many things. It's not just about the dispatch of delegation, but also the experts are also sent to Japan so that technologies and management practices could be trained. Also, consultants were sent to Japan as well to look into the situation of the companies and give advices. So on this point, the quality management, the production management, these are the things that Japan learned a lot, which has led to Toyota production way and other production quality management and control system. So these delegations from the US were essential for developing these methods later on, and they have impacted the Japanese industries significantly. On top of that, the experts in the US came to Japan, and especially those technical advisors were sent to Japan in a large number. And even today, that is happening, but back then, in the 1950s, coming from the US to Japan was a very big task. And then also, there were some discriminatory views toward Japan in the US back then. So it was difficult for the private companies to achieve this. So thanks to the intervention of the US government, these delegations were sent to Japan, and these results were achieved. And this plan centered around the technical innovation of industry, and looking at the manufacturing practice in Japan, the machining tool, the business management practice. In these areas, technical training and advisory were quite essential, and we cannot avoid talking about this. So, looking at the history of Japan, to repeat myself, from the vicious cycle to economic miracle, Japan has shifted. The old machines and equipment have been replaced by new equipment and facilities thanks to the capital investment, which has led to the heavy chemical industrialization, which was export-oriented. In Korea, the same structure was observed. In early 1960s, clearly there was a vicious cycle of poverty. The capital investment was difficult to achieve, but all of a sudden, the miracle of the Han River, the economic miracle, occurred. So, thinking about the reason behind that, the Korean troops were sent to the Vietnam in a large number. And as a result, the position and the status of Korea changed significantly. So earlier, Korea was considered as a bumper of a car, but then the status of Korea was raised. And then the US gave technical and economic assistance, and at the same time played a direct role in planning and implementing economic policies. Indeed, the structures in Japan and Korea were the same. From the security point of view, the United States extended support to these two countries. So in that sense, World Bank was deeply involved, and industry promotion, the foreign currency introduction, and buy Korean policies were implemented, and the US was deeply involved in there as well. So export-oriented heavy chemical industrialization had traditionally been talked about as the result of the Japanese government's initiative. However, looking at the strategy of the US security, it seems like it is only a tip of an iceberg. So these were behind the scenes. They were not very clear, but we need to reconcile these facts to look into the true state of the economic development. In other words, the heavy and chemical industrialization was something superficial, which has highlighted the role of the government. However, in order to implement these policies, the United States, under the surface of the water, were providing advisories and extending support. We need to keep that in mind. in looking at the economic development and economic growth in Japan. I apologize, I did not have much time, so it was a very quick presentation, but I'd like to end my presentation here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Park. Japan's high growth period. When we think about this, the Korean War and the special procurement that occurred around this time, 1955, and the pursuing high economic growth in Japan was triggered by the Korean War. There was a quality change in the manufacturing system in Japan. So from the economic perspective, we have seen how the Korean War has impacted Japan. I believe more research needs to be made, but the machine tools being brought into Japan to build a new production system and the establishment of JPC, it seems that, but even before the Korean War, maybe the revolution in China could have started changes in post-war Japanese economic development, but the 1949 Chinese revolution and also the Korean War's impact, I believe we were able to see that through the presentation by Dr. Park. I think we are hearing this for the first time. This is still a very new study. So if you can send over your questions and comments through the question box. And I believe Dr. Park has used a rather long time for the presentation, but I'd like to have a cross-talking session here, even if it is very short. But Professor Kim, Professor Wada, and Professor Park, there were similarities in your opinion and also some differences. So Professor Kim, I would like to ask, how we understand what impact the Korean War had in Korea, but the 4-3 incident, you said that this was looking at post-colonialism. That led to the Korean War, I believe you said. If you can explain that a bit more, and Professor Wada, during the colonial days, yes, this has brought about a big impact to the division of the Korean Peninsula, but 1948, the division started as an internal conflict. So the legacy of the colonialism may be difficult to look at, but if you can also add to Professor Kim's comment, and then also if you can comment on Professor Park's presentation, starting with Professor Kim, if you can give us your comments first.
김동준님 들리세요?
예. 한국 전쟁이 탈식민화의 문제하고 어떻게 연관되어 있는가라고 하는 쟁점인데요.
예, 맞아요.朝鮮戦争が
So first on the Korean War, how was this related to the colonialism?
일본의 식민지 지배의 특징이 여러 가지가 있습니다만 가장 중요한 것은 뭐니 해도 경제 체제에서 반봉건 경제 체제라고 할 수 있는 지주 소작 관계를 강화시켜서 지주 세력의 힘을 강화시켜서 그걸 통해서 조선 농민들을 수탈했다는 것이 가장 중요한 점인 것 같습니다.
実際この経済体制から見ると植
So
民地
looking at it from the economic side, the colonialism, you have this landlord and the small farmers relationship, and the relationship in farming has been deteriorated.
를 강화시켜서 농민들을 대다수의 당시 조선의 인구는 농민들이었는데 농민들이 훨씬 더 비참한 처지를 떨어지게 되었고 그것이 이제 결국은 강제징용에 징병에 동원되었던 배경이기도 한데 그게 45년 직후에 당시에 한국이 처했던 가장 큰 과제인데 이 부분이 미군정이 들어오면서 해결이 된 것이 아니라 더 악화되었습니다.
この大地主が許可されて
The landlords, and then you have a lot of peasants under that. There were many farmers who became poor, and they were used as laborers, wartime laborers. And so farmers not having land, once they were liberated in 1948, this became a massive issue. And this was not resolved even under the divided rule by the United States and Soviet Union.
관계를 근대적인 경제로 바꾸려고 하는 과정에서 이 계급 갈등의 문제가 결국은 북한의 침략 이전에 남한 사회 내에서 이미 진행되었던 이 계급 갈등이 전면적으로 폭발한 것이 한국 전쟁이라고 볼 수가 있습니다.
まずこの植民地の地主と
During the colonial era, the landlord and tenant farmer had a disparity, and even before the Korean War, that was the biggest contradictory issue. And after the division of the Korea, this issue has exploded.
일본의 조선 지배는 경찰 지배였다고 볼 수 있습니다. 동네 작은 마을까지 다 파출소가 들어가서 이 경찰력을 앞세워서 조선인들을 이제 탄압을 했는데 이 조선인 경찰들이 하급직은 대부분 조선인들인데 이 사람들에 대한 조선 사람들의 분노가 하늘을 찌를 듯 했는데 이 사람들을 다시 기용한 것이 미군정입니다.
そしてもう一つポスト
And
コロナ
another thing, after the colonial rule, the legacy was that the police force system was the focus of the complaint of the civilians, but the police forces that were led by Japan were employed by the US-led government, and it has also increased the rage of the people.
조선인들이 반공주의자로 돌변을 하게 되면서 이것이 그 민족 반민족의 구도가 좌우 대립의 구조와 이렇게 구도와 겹쳐지게 되게 된 거죠.
まさに日本の手先だと言われているこのような
So the police forces were said to be the right hands of Japan, and then later they have turned into communist members, and as a result, it has led to the ideological conflict between the right wing and left wing.
그 미군정에 의해서 다시 기용되었던 경찰들이나 관료들이나 군이나 이런 사람들이 그 식민지 체제의 기둥이었던 사람들이고 이 사람들이 조선인들로부터 원성을 듣고 있는 사람들인데 이 사람들이 대한민국의 새로운 그 지배층이 됨으로써 이것이 이제 그 일본을 향했던 분노가 조선인들 중에서 일본의 식민지 지배의 기둥이었던 사람들을 향하게 되었죠. 그래서 바로 한국전쟁이 일종의 내전으로서의 한국전쟁은 탈식민화의 과정하고 그 탈신화 과정을 저지시키는 그 과정에서 발생했다고 생각이 됩니다.
まさにアメリカ軍政の下
Indeed, under the US government, the people who had rage have been employed as the main force to establish the ROK. And then, even before the Korean War, there was a conflict. And Korean War, of course, started as a civil war. But the conflict and friction among the people have emerged as a new form new form due to the Korean War. So the Korean War was a conflict. The root of the Korean War came from the conflict on the colonial rule.
사용했던 법적, 제도적 그 근거가 대부분 일제시대 때 만들어졌던 국가보안법이라든지, 그 다음에 계엄령이라든지, 국방보안법이라든지 이런 법적 근거도 대부분 일제시대에 만들어졌던 법적 장치들이 연속된 것이고, 국민보도연맹 같은 조직도 일본 식민지 체제가 만들어 놓았던 제도를 그대로 활용을 해서 많은 사람들을 학살을 한 것입니다.
実際当時韓国軍
And actually, the regime under the Japanese colonial rule had continued, and the security law was recovered, and also the Budo League, which was involved in the massacre, said that the Japanese rule regime continued, and that led to the massacre.
그 일부 좌익 독립운동가들을 포함한 우익 항일 독립운동가들의 상당수가 6.25 전쟁기에 학살당합니다.
そういった北朝鮮に
So, to North Korea, of course, there are leftists who went to North Korea. However, as part of the movement, there were the right-wing ethnic movement people who were also affected.
어쨌든 한국전쟁은 탈식민화의 과정 속에서 탈식민화가 반공체제에 의해서 좌절된 과정에서 발생한 그런 전쟁이라고 볼 수가 있을 것 같습니다.
まさに朝鮮戦争は日本
So
の
the
諸国
Korean War was from the days of Japanese colonial rule for the people. This turned into an anti-communist movement, and within South Korea, and the conflict with North Korea exploded during the Korean War. I think you can say that. Thank you. So to Professor Wada, with Professor Kim. So do you have any comments or regarding what Professor Kim just said? Maybe, Professor Wada, if you have any opinions, could you give us your thoughts, please? Yes. This is quite a difficult issue. So, Professor Kim, what he sees as the problems, I understand what he's saying. As a Korean, you have to solve this problem. I understand how you feel. And I understand what you have been doing and what you have been publishing. And regarding what you just said, so South Korea and colonization, being liberated from colonization, and the people who were cooperating during these colonial days becoming excluded to create a new country. So people who wanted to do this in many cases were leftist. This is clear. And these people, together with the good racial movement people, they wanted to create a good country, and there was conflict. And the people who found they could not do what they wanted to do, they escaped to the north. And they tried to help to build the country in the north. That is true. I think that did happen. And there's that history that you have gone through. And then South Korea was born and North Korea was born. And at that stage in time, that happened. And the state was formed. There's a constitution, and there was the structure or regime in place. And these two countries coming into conflict with each other. In other words, the two countries cannot exist at the same time. They have to negate the other. They have to refute the other. And in the end, from the 1948 regime, it moves on. And then there's war. And then the North fails. And then in the South, they cooperate with the US. And they fail as well. And after that, in the end, the Korean War leaves two countries remaining. And nothing has come out of the conflict. The two countries still remain. And it's back to square one. So one cooperates with the Soviet Union, and the other with the United States, becomes strongly linked. And at that point in time, when that happened, this has continued until today. And the Korean War, in a sense of the word, still has not ended. And in the South, in South Korea, there have been two major revolutions and changes in the administration, and the president being impeached. And there have been efforts in South Korea to try to bring about democracy.
And within those changes, the North and South is trying to establish peace. Unification is still far away. First of all, you need to establish true peace, which means on the Korean peninsula, we first need to have a status where two countries acknowledge each other and that they have ties with each other. I believe that would be the status after a peace treaty. However, accepting that situation, do the Korean nation, the people of the two Koreas, want to accept that? I don't. Unless that's accepted, I don't think we can look at 1948 as a past or history. So how do we think about that is probably the most important point at this point in time. So unification is not being talked about now. Peace is the main issue, I believe, Dr. Kim said. So working in that direction, is that going to really happen? That's what I wish to learn. And if that is to happen, using force for unification will never happen again, because you are accepting the other as an independent state. First, you must start from there, and then between the two nations, through debate and discussion, they can move on towards unification. I think that is the challenge that we face today. So then what is the issue? Depending on that understanding, we need to focus on different aspects. The Korean War, after 70 years, as we reflect upon the war, what do we see as the issues? Will probably determine the way forward. So, Professor Kim, from your presentation, that is what I think, and I do hope that I can hear back from you as well. Professor Park, yes, I understood that maybe it does seem as the United States has prioritized Japan that much, tried to rebuild Japan, of course, because they had a purpose and they had a reason for wanting that to happen. But the Japanese governments and the Japanese companies, how they worked within that situation, I would like to know that. But in the same way, the United States helped rebuild South Korea. Well, then what would happen with North Korea? How would they see the U.S. understanding of how the U.S. looked at Japan and South Korea? Because the United States is not looking at North Korea in the same way, and so I believe the normalization of ties between Japan and Korea is very important. And if Japan can look back and reflect at what its own actions and then try to help develop North Korea, may be the way forward from that perspective. Well, thank you very much for your comment, Dr. Wada. And there's another section left, so within 1 minute, and may we have your comments, Professor Park and Professor Kim, if you can answer to the comments from Dr. Wada.
So the United States looked at Japan as a keystone. If that was the case, then the US wanted to protect it. So for whom? For what? Considering that the target was against China, I believe. So if reunification effort was to be made, then the United States, if that was by the South, and if the unification effort is powerful, and then it's favorable for the US. But from the China perspective, more than ever, the national border is expanding and the tension will increase. That is not favorable. Considering that the status quo, maintaining the status quo, well, the division was not resolved, and I believe that the intention to maintain the status quo was the major reason behind that. So in that sense, looking at the international relations such as US-Japan relation and US-Korea relation and Japan-Korea relation, we have looked at them side by side, but in the security policy of the US, Japan and South Korea were treated separately and differently. And as a result, the Korean Peninsula for the US, as I said, was a bumper of the car. It was a buffer and a bumper of a car. In that sense, looking at the relation with China, Japan was very important. So from Japan's perspective, it's too risky to have the adversary relation with China. So if that was the case, then it was better to have North Korea in between. So as Japan was to militarize itself, Japan didn't want to position China as the imaginary enemy in rearming itself, but rather Japan wanted to have the adversary toward North Korea as it rearms itself. That was more favorable. So the Korean Peninsula issue was not determined by the Korean Peninsula alone. There were many stakeholders and actors who impacted too significantly. And going forward, there are high technologies and there will be hegemony a battle between the US and China. And then I believe that this issue will be further complicated. That is my view. So in the future, well, in the past, Japan was the keystone in Asia. That should be a key term that we look at. And we should keep that in mind in reviewing what happened in the past. I think it's very important to do so. That's all. Thank you very much. Now, Professor Kim?
예, 와다 선생님 좋은 지적 감사합니다.
和田先生、ご指摘ありがとうございました。
Professor Wada, thank you very much for the comment.
그 문재인 정부가 들어서면서 그 북한에 대한 적대감이나 두려움이 굉장히 많이 완화된 것은 긍정적인 효과인 것 같습니다.
文在寅政権になって北朝鮮に対
The
する
Moon Jae-in administration has mitigated the threat of Kim Jong-un.
북한에 대해서 무관심하거나 좀 젊은 사람들은 뭐 혐오감을 갖는 게 그런 현상이 더 일반적인 것 같습니다.
北朝鮮に対して実際若い
Toward North Korea, young people are either ignorant or have some discomfort against North Korea.
남한이 선택할 수 있는 옵션이라는 게 굉장히 제한적이기 때문에 남한이 결국은 평화나 통일 문제 주도권을 질 수밖에 없다고 생각합니다.
逆に北朝鮮が選択できるオプションが非常に
And
狭
North
い
Korea's options are quite limited. So they will have to take the options suggested by South Korea.
결국은 거리를 두지 않고 등거리 서로가 적절한 관계를 유지하는 그 외교 전략이 뭐 현재로서는 불가피하다고 생각합니다.
まあ現在は米朝対立の中で
Currently, between US and Korea, the balance needs to be stricken.
의원들이 52명인데 이 부분의 숫자를 좀 더 늘려서 미국의 여론을 조금 더 바꾸려고 하는 노력이 굉장히 필요할 것 같습니다.
現在アメリカの下院
And the US in the Congress, 52 people were for, and we need to increase this in the United States.
그 미군이 왜 한국에 계속 주둔해야 되는지, 그 다음에 왜 이런 전쟁이 계속 지속돼야 되는지에 대해서 끊임없이 한국 정부나 한국 시민사회가 국제사회에 설득하는 것 외에는 대안이 없지 않나 생각합니다.
アメリカがなぜいまだに
So why is the United States why does it still have forces in East Asia, in the US regarding North Korea, including the changes regarding it? We need to have more activities.
그 한반도에서의 두 개의 국가가 공존하는 형태의 평화체제, 그것이 당장 통일은 아니라고 하더라도 그것이 결국은 남북한 모두에게 서로가 도움이 되는 거라는 것을 남한 주민들이나 혹은 좀 한국의 이 문정부의 평화 노력에 대해서 굉장히 부정적인 현재 야당 세력들의 입지를 약화시키는 것이 필요하지 않나 생각합니다.
まずそのためにも何より
So for this, above everything else, on the Korean Peninsula, the two systems existing together, even if unification is far ahead, a peaceful structure is now necessary first. In society in the US, and the international society needs to understand this, and in South Korea, the conservatives also need to create a kind of a structure of power.
빅딜로 그 모든 걸 해결하기 어렵기 때문에 스몰 딜 한 경제 제재를 하나씩 완화하고 그다음에 북한에서 핵 동결과 각종 그 사찰과 이런 쪽으로 스텝 바이 스텝으로 가는 거 외에는 대안이 없지 않나 이렇게 생각합니다.
北朝鮮核問題もビッグ
So
ディ
the
ル
North Korean nuclear issue, a big deal or resolution is difficult. So we need to start with small deals, step by step, economic opening, and also we need to try to soften the effect.
노력이 계속되기 위해서는 결국 한국 정치에서 현재 문정부와 같은 리버럴 세력이 계속 집권을 해야 되고 만약에 그게 되지 않으면 다시 과거의 박근혜 이명박 정부처럼 대립국면으로 가게 되면 한국전쟁 종전과 평화 문제는 더 멀어질 가능성이 있다고 생각합니다.
こういうことをするためにも
So
今の
to do this kind of thing, with the Moon Jae-in administration, more liberal administrations still need to continue in South Korea. And in Myeondak or Park Geun-hye, if we go back to such conservative regimes, then peace or the end of war on the Korean peninsula will become something far into the future.
일본하고 한일 관계가 굉장히 어렵긴 하지만 어떤 형태로든지 좀 더 완화되어야만 일본도 그렇고 한국 정부의 지렛대도 좀 더 커지지 않을까 생각합니다.
예, 결국은 이간관계가
In the end, the Japan-Korea relationship, like Professor Wada says, we need to contribute. And to do this, so I'm not an expert in this, but between Japan and South Korea, we need to resolve the problems, and towards North Korea, we need to seek our role, how we can contribute. Thank you very much. Okay, so everyone, in the tight time that we have, in the first half and second half, we managed to have a cross exchange of opinions, which I think was a great achievement, and ending the war, and the characteristic of the Korean War. How do we grasp this? And within ourselves, the Korean War, what is it? In the past, we haven't really thought about it. And today, in this way, here, we managed to look at this war from a variety of aspects. And we now know, and we can now be aware of these various perspectives, and that alone has great influence. Now we'd like to move on to what can civil society do in South Korea to end the Korean War. An international campaign to end the Korean War exists, and from South Korea, Ms. Fan Seon, we'd like her to introduce the event to us to end this session. And we're about 5 minutes short, but maybe we're going to overrun our time by 5 minutes. Please stay with us.
안녕하세요. 저 소개받은 한국의 참여연대라는 단체에서 활동하고 있는 황수영입니다.
예, 私は韓国市民団体
I'm from the People's Solidarity for Participating Democracy, PSPD, and my name is Fan Seon.
시민사회가 한국전쟁 종전과 평화를 위해서 많은 노력을 해야 한다라는 말씀들을 해주셨는데요. 저희 오늘은 한국 시민사회가 함께 진행하고 있는 한반도 종전 평화 캠페인에 대해서 짧게 소개를 드리려고 합니다.
예, 시민사회가
Civil society to end the Korean War and to bring about peace. What can we do? There was a lot of talk today, but currently in South Korea, I'd like to introduce what civil society is doing.
올해 아시다시피 한국전쟁 70년을 맞아서 한국의 다양한 시민사회 단체 그리고 7개 종단이 그리고 전 세계 국제 파트너 단체가 함께 한반도 종전평화 캠페인을 시작했습니다.
예, 조선戦争
The Korean War, 70 years have passed since it started, and a variety of peace organizations and 7 religious groups and international peace organizations are working together 70 years after the start of the Korean War from ceasefire to peace. That's the campaign.
한반도를 넘어서 전 세계적으로 모아가는 국제 캠페인입니다.
예, これは朝鮮戦争終戦
So ending the Korean War and for peace on the Korean Peninsula, not just staying within the Korean Peninsula, but as an international campaign, we want to spread the word.
빠르게 말씀을 드릴게요. 그래서 올해 7월 27일에 전 세계의 서명 운동을 시작했습니다.
예, 今年7月
This year, in July, on the 27th, this day is the day the armistice was signed. And from this day, all over the world, 100 million people, we've started to collect 100 million signatures.
간단하게 소개를 드리도록 하겠습니다.
예, この署名運動の展開に関して
Currently, regarding this signature appeal, I'd like to explain.
올해 상반기 내내 오랜 토론을 통해서 요 한반도 평화 선언이라는 것을 함께 만들었습니다.
맞아요. 해화단체, 시민단체가
Peace
아침에
organizations, civil organizations have come together for a peace appeal to end the Korean War.
그 네 가지는 한국 전쟁을 끝내고 평화협정을 체결합시다.
맞아, 사이쇼와
First, end the Korean War and establish a peace agreement.
핵 위협도 없는 한반도와 세계를 만듭시다.
2番目は
Two, create a Korean peninsula and a world free from nuclear weapons and nuclear threats.
압박이 아닌 대화와 협력으로 갈등을 해결합시다.
3番目は
Resolve the conflict with dialogue and cooperation instead of sanctions and pressure. That was number 3.
군비 경쟁에 악순환에 전쟁에서 벗어나 시민의 안전과 환경을 위해 투자합시다라는 4가지의 요구사항입니다.
そして軍拡競争の悪
Break from the vicious cycle of the arms race and invest in human security and environmental sustainability. So these are the 4 items.
공감하실 수 있는 내용일 텐데요. 저희는 요 코리아 피스 어필에 대해 올해 한국전쟁 발발 70년인 올해부터 정전협정 체결 70년이 되는 2023년까지 요 그 한반도 평화선언에 대해서 전 세계적으로 1억 명의 서명과 지지를 이끌어내서 한국 전쟁을 끝내는 것을 목표로 하고 있습니다.
このキャンペーンは
And this campaign, commemorating 70 years from the outbreak of the Korean War, we started the Korea Peace Appeal. And in 3 years' time, in 2023, in July, it will be the 70th year since the armistice was signed. So all over the world, 100 million people's signatures will be collected. And in 3 years' time, on the Korean peninsula, we want to end the Korean War. That is what we are trying to do, and we decided to do this appeal.
jp.endthekoreana.net으로 들어가시면 일본어로도 요 코리아 피스 어필을 읽고 서명을 하실 수도 있습니다.
今日参加した皆さん、それ
And
で
to everyone here today and everyone in Japan, below there is a email address, jp.endthekoreanwar.net. So please go here and you can take part in giving your signature.
일본어 서명 용지도 함께 보실 수 있고요.
そのサイトを見ると
And if you look at the site in Japanese, you can sign in Japanese. This is what it looks like.
전 세계적으로 여러 가지 언어로 번역해서 한국 전쟁 종전에 대한 목소리를 전 세계적으로 모아가려고 합니다.
現在全世界の
And
複数の
currently, all over the world, in several languages, we have translated this, and many people, we're calling out to many people to take part.
까지 올해 활동했던 사진들을 몇 개만 짧게 보여드리고 마치도록 하겠습니다.
今今年行っているいく
This
つか
year, there are several campaigns we are doing. I just wanted to share the photographs with you.
단체들은 올해 좀 코로나 상황 때문에 이렇게 QR 코드를 이용해서 거리에서 서명을 받거나
まずコロナ状況だったの
And
で
with COVID-19, we're using a QR code to call for signatures.
인증샷을 모아서 좀 언론에 보도하게 하는 활동들도 하고 있고요.
そしてコロナ時代に社会
And
で距離
because of COVID-19, what we can do is,
写真でお互い新聞
through photographs, we have issued ads in newspapers.
카페, 음식점 이런 가게들에서도 요 서명할 수 있는 것들을 배치하고 같이 서명을 받아가고 있습니다.
そして全国の多様なカ
All
フ
over
ェ
the country at cafes.
に参加できるようにしております
We've made it possible to take part in this campaign.
네, 그리고 올해 미국 대선이 있었는데 대선을 앞두고 미 대선 두 후보에게 한반도 종전과 평화가 필요하다는 서한을 한국 시민사회 이름으로 공식적으로 발송하기도 하였습니다.
そして今年アメリカ大統領
And
選
this
挙が
year, there was the US presidential election, and the candidates, President Biden, President Trump, we have sent them letters regarding this.
네, 그 외에도 뭐 여러 가지 다양한 활동들을 펼치고 있는데요. 앞으로 그 3년 동안 캠페인에 대해서 많이 관심을 가져주시면 감사하겠습니다.
これ以外にも多様な
And
活動
other
が
than this, we have engaged in diverse activities, and we want to end the Korean War. And for this, we need your support. And please do take part in these campaigns. Thank you very much for today.
네, 그래서 마지막으로 캠페인에 관심 있으시다면 endthekoreana.net으로 들어와서 여러 가지를 확인하실 수 있고요. 함께 하실 수 있는 방법들도 웹사이트에서 찾아보실 수 있습니다.
そしてぜひ今日参加した皆さん
So to everyone here today,
コリア.net
so there was the site, so please do go to the site, and please look for ways to do this together with us.
채팅창에 한번 다시 올려드릴게요. 네, 제 캠페인 소개는 여기서 마치도록 하겠습니다.
では、このネットをチャートにもう一回入れておきま
So
す
we
の
will put the website up in the chat. So please do take a look. Please do take part.
선생님 괜찮으시죠?
네, 감사합니다.
どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
はい、少し時間が5分ぐらい出て申し訳ない。
So I'm sorry we've overrun our time by about 5 minutes, but with this, we would like to end section 2.
8度線
So the 38th parallel. Why has it not gone away? And the pain and the suffering.
には大きな温度差がある
So there's a lot of difference between the Korean Peninsula and Japan. And back in the days of colonialization, it's an extension of that regime, the effect of the Cold War. And in East Asia, the conflict still goes on. And the relationship between South Korea and Japan continues, including the Okinawan issue. In society, the 38th parallel, the suffering should be shared. And between Japan, when the suffering is shared, we can see peace between Japan and the Korean Peninsula. This is not someone else's problem. It's a Japan war. With that awareness, we need to share the Korean War, and I think we were able to do that today. And to all the participants today, Professor Kim Dong-chun, Professor Park, and Professor Wada, and also Professor Park, thank you very much indeed. And with this, we would like to end section 2. Thank you very much once again, all the panelists. Could we please have a round of applause for the panelists? Thank you very much indeed. Professor So, please go ahead.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Lee, for leading the second session in a professional way. And thank Professor Kim and Professor Park for making an excellent presentation today that made us look at the Korean War from a fresh perspective. We have spent a long time today to discuss war, but we have been discussing the war in order to think about peace and in order to think about ways to bring us closer to peace. And this symposium is being co-sponsored by ICU and Sophia University, two institutes that are inspired and guided by Christian faith and ideals, including peace. And so the issue of peace is really at the heart of these two institutes. And I'm grateful that university ministers from ICU and Sophia University are here with us to offer a common prayer. So Professor Juan Carlos Haidar and Reverend Paul Johnson, please come and offer a joint prayer for us.
Haidar Sensei, 先にどうぞ。よろしかったら please go first. Professor Haidar.
では、ハイダル先生。Professor Haidar, please go ahead. Like we just heard, we like to end symposiums like this with a prayer. Or sometimes we pray in between, because the more we talk, we realize just how much, to create peace, we need the help of the Lord. And we constantly feel that. And I would like to talk about Pope Francis's prayer for peace. And on the screen, I will show you the English, and I will read out the Japanese. I will read out in Japanese. We have the prayer for peace. We have tried so many times and over so many years to resolve our conflicts by our own powers and by the force of our arms. How many moments of hostility and darkness have we experienced? How much blood has been shed? How many lives have been shattered? And how many hopes have been buried? But our efforts have been in vain. Now, Lord, come to our aid. Grant us peace. Teach us peace. Guide our steps in the way of peace. Open our eyes and our hearts, and give us the courage to say, never again war. With war, everything is lost. Instill in our hearts the courage to take concrete steps to achieve peace. Keep alive within us the flame of hope, so that with patience and with perseverance, we may opt for dialogue and reconciliation. In this way, may peace triumph at last, and may the words, division, hatred, and war be banished from the heart of every man and woman. Lord, diffuse the violence of our tongues and our hands. Renew our hearts and minds, so that the words which always bring us together will be brother, sister, and our way of life will always be that of peace.
Amen.
Amen.
Now I'd like to
Merciful God, creator of all things seen and unseen. This day in prayer, we give thanks for the long-standing relationship between Sophia University and International Christian University. We take time to give thanks for the great efforts university leaders have made to continue in sponsoring this international symposium, building bridges of understanding, promoting partnership, and a shared vision of world peace. We give thanks for all those who have given presentations today, and we pray that discussions have been pleasing in your sight. Commemorating the Korean War at 70 years, we ask that your guiding hand be upon the Korean Peninsula. We pray for long-lasting peace and prosperity in that region, for an easing of tensions among neighbors. We pray for your divine wisdom to be upon all world leaders who strive to build bridges of understanding, bridges of cooperation, bridges of love. In prayer, we remember all areas of the world that are under the alert from the coronavirus pandemic. We pray for all nations in this time of fear and anxiety. We pray for a calming spirit and for determination to persevere in this circumstance. We lift up a prayer for all healthcare professionals around the world who, with great risk, dedicate themselves to those in need. Lord, keep us all from irrational behavior or careless judging of others. In your time, bring this grieving world back to health and wholeness. Lord, in our varied settings, make us agents of your peace. Give us a vision of your peaceful kingdom, whereas the prophet Isaiah declared, "The wolf shall live with the lamb, the leopard shall lie down with the kid, the calf and the lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them." With your Spirit to guide us all, help us to become the disciples Christ would have us be. Turn our lives to the intent of your commandments, that we may come to love you with body, mind, and soul, and to be able to love our neighbors as ourselves. All these things and those things held quiet in our hearts that are known to you alone, we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. And thank you all for participating in this symposium today. We are coming close to Christmas and the end of the year, and we are ending with a heavy heart after discussing the important and serious issue. But nevertheless, I'd like to wish you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
수고하셨습니다.
네, 수고하셨습니다. 마다 선생, ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。和田先生、ありがとうございました。